Hello, everybody, and welcome back for another Sea of Spears Sunday or Westerosi weekend, or I don't know, something like that. We are here with a Song of Ice and Fire role playing game by Green Ronin. We are here with a dope ass group of people telling the stories of the young scions of House Nymerian of Wyvern's Rest, where everything goes smoothly and nothing's ever wrong.
Right?
Just like the west of the rest of Westeros. Everything's totally great here. We are enjoying times of peace and prosperity under good King Robert Baratheon, and everything is cool and mellow, and there's absolutely no strife or tension or conflict to be found. That has
I would
also
say
been the
it's too
case
perfect.
for the entirety of young Adam Nymerian's name day tourney.
No
Adam
conflict at
Nymerian
all.
yeah, no conflicts to speak of. Everything's been totally
Yeah,
chill.
fine.
Holy
Uh,
chill.
Opti has made it. Good to see you. We are up to the last few days of Adam Nymerian's name day tourney to celebrate him turning 16 and becoming a man, which came after his first visit to a brothel and after
Capital
having
M.
killed like 8 or 10 people by now, I think. But like now you're an adult. Um,
It's
but,
about time.
officially,
I mean,
legally.
depending on like how big the fights down at Ironwood were, he's probably killed more than that. But
Yeah, I'm just saying, like on screen, I'm
yeah,
like we know that he's murdered before, and he'll murder
murder,
again.
I'm just because murdered implies premeditation and not yet.
Make battle
Okay,
plans.
Can't do that yet.
so you're an impulsive, unpredictable killer.
Those were acts of
Way better,
passion,
way better. So just at a
temporarily
moment's
driven the
notice.
madness.
Yeah,
I think you'll find that the records will reflect that it was acceptable wartime conduct.
yeah. I mean, shooting the
That's what
heir to
all our
House Ironwood
conversation boiled down
in
to.
the
It
back.
wasn't technically a war crime.
Yeah, we weren't
Just
technically at war. Haha! It was just a crime. Uh, yeah.
yeah, kind of like killed Cletus Ironwood by shooting through
Kind
the record.
of. I kind of killed him. It was technically that.
Oh, you
After chasing
wait,
him for like 10 turns. He was-
and
He
you said
fled.
and you said at the time that it was maybe the arrow, but maybe the fall into the ravine. Can't tell which one
Right.
actually.
and
At most, you half killed him.
and I'm sure that the arrow didn't contribute to him falling off his horse at all.
It's
Uh,
totally tradition now.
so
It's
where
not a
were
good rider then, I
yeah,
guess.
who would just fall off a horse for no reason?
Well,
Uh, so
Who's to say whether he was shot with an arrow or just had a heart attack and died?
yeah,
Well, you
he
know
could have
what?
just been
Fuck him. He was
scared by the arrow in his neck and had a
fuck
heart
him,
attack.
he was a traitor and a collaborator, and I'm glad he's dead.
Things happen.
stand firm. You defend yourself versus scurrilous accusations.
See, like now I
Right.
want to write my own like GM blue book thing of Cletus Ironwood's point of view, where like on his way through the valleys, he's like, I'll tell him after this. I'll tell father, this is the last time. What we're doing is wrong. And when I deliver this armor, John Sand will listen. I'm sure he'll listen this time.
Then I'll go deal with father.
He'll, John Sand will stop this rebellion. Our love is pure. I'll speak to him after we share the blankets by the campfire tonight. And
Um,
like
I think that might be legitimately called a dick move.
like Ash's soul would leave his body and travel across the Atlantic to throttle me. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So, anyways, Ash's named attorney. Bunch of guests from all over. We got some Westerlanders. We got some Riverlanders. We got some folks from the Vale of Erin and the Mountains of the Moon. We've got a ton of Stormlanders. We got a ton of Reach Knights, because, I mean, it's attorney. They love that shit. We've got a bunch of Dornish folk, which are neighbors and sometimes kind of distant bloodkin. We got folks from all over Westeros, and we've made it most of the week without anybody being too cranky. Uh, And th-
Horse.
and then things went a little sideways. A couple sessions ago, we had a pleasant afternoon hunt, and cheerfully on the way back from the hunt, Luke was like, "Ha hey, Elia Sand, I'll beat you to the keep." And it turned into this just kind of lots of people racing, just having fun, coming back home. And then, unfortunately, Elia Sand, one of the fabled sand snakes, one of the bastard daughters of the Red Viper of Dorne, Prince Oberyn Martell, Elia Sand tied exactly with Sir Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, the youngest son of the Lord of the Reach. And Dorne and the Reach kind of have some grudges going on historically, and House Martell and House Tyrell have some grudges going on historically. Specifically, the Red Viper of Dorne is the reason that Loras's older brother Willis has a bad leg. Um, and also, those two characters both are remarkably tied to a sense of pride in their skill a saddle. Um, from opposite ends of the spectrum, one is this scruffy bastard girl from Dorne, and the other is this shining paragon of knighthood and pride. Uh, and they disagreed about who won the race, and then
Lots of friends.
things got a bit heated. Loris's brittle pride threatened to slice the harmony of the tourney to ribbons. Things got damped down a little bit. The Queen of Thorns was not having this shit, because Loris's elder brother Willis is, I don't think it's yet been like formally announced, but is Felicia's character Reyna. They're betrothed now, so they don't want Loris's little snarky
See boy
tantrum
antics?
to to wreck things. Um, so things calmed down a little bit, and we're just making our way through the last day of the joust, where, thanks to Destiny points from viewers, and Destiny point contributions from other players,
Uh,
the bastard Sir Oris Waters, Oris the Aurochs, who is a temporarily sworn sword to House Nymerian, uh, he beat Sir Loras Tyrell in a joust, which is
yes.
like the one thing he takes even more pride in than simply being a good writer. Um, so we had some hot dice thing. Like Oris should not have won this statistically. Loras is better in a few key ways, but the dice were not on House Tyrell's side, and Sir Oris Waters does something like 13 points of damage base with a lance. So every time he was hitting Loras, some damage was getting through. Even though it's tourney lances, the damage doesn't scale like normal. Just Loras was getting pounded. Wink. Um, and that led to eventually House Nymerian kind of choosing how things went, because after they broke 7 lances, nominally it goes to the judges to call. But that was a bit of a sticky wicket, because do they side against their sworn man who was, like, what's that say about the loyalty of House Nymerian? Or do they, side against House Tyrell, who, like, she's about to marry that guy's big brother, and
He's already angry with us.
strain those relations. So, very diplomatically, Felicia's character Reyna did what?
I had them finish it out. I had them keep going until someone was on horse.
She praised the
Or
valor.
conceded.
Right. Yeah. She praised the valor of both knights and was just like, let these
Let's
knights and
continue.
the 7 decide. It's not up to me. I'm not. Nope, not doing that. Which was the rightest answer, by the way, from in terms of possible outcomes. That was the least bad. Um, so then we broke
Sometimes,
for. Sorry, go ahead.
nothing.
No,
Sometimes I miss playing Torga, King's Friend.
her half-orc barbarian who does not make the political choice, uh, she would have been like, "I'll decide the victor," and grabbed her axe and leapt out from under the pavilion thing. Um, but
Yes, sorry, but yes.
yeah,
So
uh,
they kept going.
yes, until eventually Loris was on the verge of taking serious wounds, and he conceded instead. So Oris went and ate lunch, which is how Oris deals with his feelings. And then that was basically our last scene. Was some of the knights coming by and congratulating Oris, other knights not, like pointedly not, because they don't want to piss off House Tyrell. They're not sure how House Tyrell feels about this. Everybody knows how Loris feels, but they're like, I don't know. Um, and yeah, so that was where we basically left off. Was with Adam and Oris having another one of their conversations. Oris finishing his food. People checking in. Um, and now we've got the afternoon left. Oh, what's up, Erica?
We went to lunch with the. That's not what I did.
Just- and-
I wanted to.
And frankly, there were like two people in that tent that she could have
Yeah.
directed that at, and I'm glad it wasn't me. Because I did take a little bit of part in making things worse. tiny bit. Because he insulted our wine, and that's just unacceptable.
It's not on.
But I think that after his grandmother told him off and possibly hit him with a stick, he was quite cowed, although clearly still pissed off. And there was the kind of agreement that I think Raina kind of said, let's not press the besmirching of our honor, because it's probably better to, you know,
Let it go.
let it go, yeah, in the circumstances.
Let it
But,
go.
yeah.
And we also had a conversation about the melee, but I don't remember what it was. Does anybody else remember what it was? We already had this discussion off camera, and I was hoping that maybe they might have
Yeah.
thought of something.
Yeah, I think Luke had a bit of going around, sort of putting together a team.
My team's together.
yeah.
Yeah, his
Luke
team's
has
ready,
put together
but
a melee team, and basically our out of character, kind of briefly meta discussion was that House Nightmarian has had to sit out a lot of this tournament because it's bad form to win your own events and not give away prizes, right? It's like when you're a kid and you got a birthday party and you just keep all the party favors and you don't share the cake, and you're like, everybody come over and watch me open stuff and eat this delicious cake, but you don't get any, right? Like you're not supposed to
It's
do
not
that.
their fucking
So
birthdays.
At
Yeah.
my 7th birthday party, I went in a massive huff because I wasn't allowed to win Pin the Tail on the Donkey, even though I absolutely did.
right, and you'd be like, and it's because it's my birthday. Like, if anything, the tie should go to me, right? Like it's my birthday. But that sort of thing is frowned upon in Westerosi society. So House Nightmarian has sat out a lot of the events, which is kind of unfortunately out of character, meta narratively, led to House Nightmarian sitting out a lot of stuff. And I keep having to just kind of describe NPCs doing shit. And like last session, we had Felicia rolling the dice for Oris in that fight, just try to keep players involved. So I decided what we're gonna do is House Nightmarian can take part in the melee, which is the last event of the tourney. In the today, this afternoon, the joust is finished, and then tomorrow is the melee, and that's it. So we want to let House Nightmarian roll up their sleeves and mark their territory a little bit. So what we're going to let them do is they can take part in the melee as long as they're all on different teams. So all the siblings that want to take part in a melee, I don't think Adam's likely to armor up and wade in there, but he might. Who knows who's going to talk to him about a team?
I mean, if there had been a Squires joust, he might have gone for it, but
Yeah.
He's not going to try and challenge any of the champions because they're all way better than him. He's like passable for like a Squire not proper. You couldn't compete against knights proper.
So that jockeying for position for the melee is kind of on a lot of people's minds today. It's probably the excuse that Loris will give for giving up in the joust, is because like, okay, he needs that shit for the melee tomorrow, you know. So we're gonna see how things go, but we will be picking it up in this afternoon of the last day of the joust. And as a reminder for viewers that might not have been here or that just don't remember because 2020 and 2021 are nightmarish hellscape from which there's no escape, in which time has lost all meaning. The setup for this tourney is 5 champions, each representing House Nymerian or one of House Nymerian's banner houses. And the champions get challenged by any knight or any man-at-arms or basically anybody with a horse and some armor. If it's Dorne, they don't give a fuck. You don't gotta be a knight. So they get challenged, and then that person becomes the new challenger if they win. And then they're up there available to be challenged. And then at the end of today, which will officially be declared like it's nominally sundown, but basically it's once the sun starts going down and Lord Makar or his heir says the sun is down, right? Like it's that type of thing. It's not like they have a digital clock that say exactly this time. But yeah, so basically when it is declared over, those 5 champions are all kind of co-winners of the joust that share in the glory. And from among those champions, the lady Iris Dannett, who is a bannerman of House Nymerian, she will be choosing herself, basically choosing a marriage partner, which is either one of those 5 victors, or if an old married guy wins the tournament, he gets the marriage rights to Iris Dannett, and he can marry her off to someone else, like one of his knights or whatever. But she gets to choose from among those 5. And I don't think you guys have really declared, like, does she have to declare it right then? Or will that happen, like, during dinner tonight?
We did talk
Or,
about that briefly, and it was that we were giving her till the final day of so she's got a day in hand to think
okay,
about
so
it.
after the melee. Okay. I didn't
Yeah.
remember that, but makes sense.
Yeah.
She'll get a day to think about it, and then she makes her pick. So she's got potentially 5 to choose from. And like right now, one of the champions is Brienne of Tarth, a woman. They will probably not get married. Another champion is Septon Jim, a former man-at-arms that still, fights in the saddle and stuff. And he managed
Also,
to,
probably won't get
right,
married.
you're not going to marry a Septon. The bastard hedge knight, Sir Oris Waters, is one of the champions. She's probably not going to choose him. She might, depending on how much she hates House Nymerian.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, should I mention that there are some stakes involved?
Yeah. But then Sir Edward Fossaway, one of the Fossaway, I've been calling them the Fossaway triplets. They're not triplets. They're just brothers that are very similar. And they eventually took that final spot in a series of brutal jousts earlier today. And he's perfectly eligible bachelor. And then, of course, right now, probably any girl's top pick is Lord Renly Baratheon, the Lord of the Stormlands, who is dashing and handsome and big and strong, and oh yes, the brother of the king, the master of laws, and the Lord of the Stormlands. And even if he decides not to marry you, he's gonna hand you off to some rich fucking knight or lord anywhere in the Stormlands. So she's got some choices right now, some thinking to do, but she kind of has to wait until the tourney gets called and see who the final 5 will be. So some pretty cool stuff going on. Some high stakes for Iris Dannett that will also potentially lead to some political stuff for House Nemerian down the road, because even once she gets married away, she's still the lady of House Danet. And depending on who she weds, it could mean a new knight moving to Danet lands and serving House Nemerian, or it could mean her leaving and you guys having to figure out what to do with House Danet in everything but name, like while she's gone, or it could be, who knows? It could be Oris becoming your new neighbor and just moving in at Danet Tower, and you guys could see him more often. Like that'd be the nice thing, just to make sure he sticks around so Adam can hang out and stuff.
You say more often, but like he's not been away from us since King's Landing, so
Yeah.
it'd be
You guys
a
keep
little
having
less.
interesting things going on, so he is stuck around.
And
you don't-
we care about him. Let's
You
be
don't
honest.
miss up the chance to go ride on campaign against the Vulture King, and then Wooly Will, his hedge knight mentor, had the chance to be master of lists in attorney, and he was like, "Piss on you, boy, we're staying," and refused to let the two of them leave. So we'll see what the future holds for Oris the Aurochs, and all that good stuff. So,
Some say he's a bastard child of the king himself.
Some don't say that very loud because we'll shush
Yeah,
them.
don't. Yeah. We already had a civil war 20 years ago. Let's not have another one quite so soon.
It's been 20 years.
it's just like, whatever.
I don't
Is that
remember
zero?
it.
Do one.
Time.
I mean, if we're going to have one, at least can we pick the right side this time?
How about our side?
Oh, we did pick the right side.
This wasn't the winning side.
In your opinion.
So, back to the joust. Enough treason.
Fine.
Let's pick up in the afternoon, and everybody's free to kind of take new spots. So let's go in. Let's list our contributors in reverse alphabetical order by first name, and we will
God.
we'll start with Adam Nymerian. Sorry, it's me taking a shot at a controversial Kickstarter this week. But let's start with Adam Nymerian. As you guys are coming back from lunch, where's Adam going to watch the afternoon's jousts?
I mean, right, with this being the final, a lot is riding on it for him personally. So he's quite anxious and is therefore wanting to be kind of close to it. So he's going to be watching from the box probably. Yeah.
All right, so he's going to take a spot up in the kind of host pavilion. Lord Stannis is there once again. You're not sure that he went anywhere to eat lunch. He may have sneered disapprovingly at everybody leaving for not bringing their own sack lunch from home. He's maybe not quite that much of a stick in the mud, but Iris Danet is there again, watching, and Lord Stannis will be there again. The Queen of Thorns is not present. You get the feeling she got her fill of watching boys hit each other with sticks in the morning, so that's a little bit more cheer in that pavilion. And Septon Jim, who spent most of the week watching from that pavilion, is of course not there because he's in a champion seat. So Adam's over there. Let's see, going backwards, it would be Bela. Bela, where are you gonna hang out in the afternoon?
I'm going to be in the Champions Pavilion area, sort of a house representative, making sure things are moving okay, being facilitated okay. So kind of like balancing between like that pavilion and the edge of the jousting arena, just like to watch them as they're happening and go back and socialize a little bit with the champions and
Okay.
anyone who's milling about in that area.
Oris is not terribly chatty, which is weird for him. He's normally
Whoa.
such a gossiper. But Oris doesn't talk very much. He gets, polite grunts to everybody as they arrive and vice versa. He's not unfriendly. He's just not friendly.
He's
Uh,
forcing.
Brienne of Tarth looks very tense, um, and prepared and serious. Like she is currently, remember, she's got like the arm banner for each of the champion seats. She's in the House Nymerian
Yeah.
spot. So she seems to be like gravely ready to defend the honor of Wyvern's Rest, while occasionally casting sidelong glances down the line of champions, coincidentally towards uh, all of them, because like she's on one end of the line. So she's certainly looking an awful lot at either Septon Jim, Oris Waters, Edward Fossaway, or Renly Baratheon. Hard
I mean,
to
they're
tell.
all pretty good-looking guys. So.
True.
All right.
Septon Jim is actually uh, vying with Renly for being just kind of the most likable. But you guys all kind of like Septon Jim already because he was one of your, one of kind of several masters at arms that you lot grew up with. And, he often would, as you were all growing up and learning fighting and riding and stuff, he always had the perspective of a man at arms instead of a knight, which sometimes is pretty valuable. So when the strong cider would teach you something, or Sir Adam Bridington about how to break a shield wall, he might tell you what it's like to be on the shield wall instead, right? He often had this secondary advice growing up, and he's a pretty affable guy. And then, of course, there's Renly Baratheon, who is known throughout Westeros for his charm and wit and generosity. And then last is Sir Edward Fossaway, and he's got two of his brothers, Brian and Tanton. They're kind of lingering near the champion spot, kind of like Bela is, only those two are clearly trying to like share the credit for being champion with Sir Edward, because you guys might recall all three of the Fossaway boys just hurled themselves against Lyle Crakehall, wearing him down until finally Edward managed to knock him from the saddle, in a triumph for apples over boars everywhere. So yeah, so it's pretty, none of the champions are unlikable. It's just that a few of them are more, overtly chatty and affable than others. Let's go, Luke. Where you at? What you doing?
Well, I'm kind of low key waiting to hear back from Velena, so I'm just gonna hang out at the pavilion as well, kind of the area near where Stannis is, because that's where the party is.
It's true.
Stannis the
Yes.
Manus.
Stannis living
I'm
disco
hoping,
ball.
I'm hoping Stannis will be like the eye of the storm, and there'll be party all around us.
Disco
Sorry.
Stannis.
It's okay. That was not Stannis's voice.
Right.
He sounds different than I remember.
Sorry, like someone sent me what I thought was an important message, but it turns out to basically just be some weird video. Sorry.
It is. The internet is like that. So, all right, a second Nymerian sibling up in the kind of the nominally Nymerian viewing pavilion box jobber thinger. And that brings us in backwards alphabetical by first name to the Lady Reyna.
Actually, alphabetical. It's not backwards alphabetical.
Whatever, shut up, you. I know.
Anyway, I have been in the pavilion all week, but I should still stay there because this is the final. This is the final bit, so I will remain available in the tent on a lounge.
All right. So yeah, you the three Nymerians that are in the viewing box, of course, get a warm and chatty welcome from the famously charming Stannis Baratheon and Iris Dannett, who loves all of you dearly.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Everything's great. It's not chilly or stern at all in that pavilion. Everything's super.
I don't know why. I mean, Luke's made so much effort to get her to like us.
And Iris isn't actively unpleasant to you.
She's kind of frosty.
She's intangibly unpleasant to you all, right? Like she follows the formalities, but at a distance across the tourney ground, it probably looks like she's quite charming and happy to see all three of you, right? But in close, you can tell that she is basically putting on a show for them, looking every inch the courteous young noblewoman, yada yada yada. She's not smiling and like calling you a bitch or whatever. It's just she's not particularly meaning it when she says, "Oh, good afternoon, my lady," and like she doesn't like you guys a whole lot. There's a whole thing there. There's a history. So she's not being actively unpleasant. She's being kind of fakely pleasant, right? And then Stannis, of course, just everyone gets a he stands and sketches an appropriate level of nod or bow, and then sits back down. It's like, good afternoon, Lady Blah. Good afternoon, Lord Blah. And just like stiff and kind of formal and going through the motions of being polite because it is what is expected of him at his rank, etc., etc. It's just not a super pleasant.
It's the whole party up here.
A super pleasant fellow.
If Bela wasn't in the Champions Pavilion, she would not be up in that box. That does not look like a good time.
Yeah. All right then. Let's get back to it though. As the last of you arrive, there's a little bit of milling around, and then the tourney is back on, and we are gonna kick it off with John Fossaway, the Knight of New Barrel. He is from a cadet branch of House Fossaway in the Reach, and he follows through on his promise to give his cousin, they're not like first cousins, but to give Edward Fossaway a chance to rest up a bit and have lunch, and then he challenges him. And so, yes, perhaps a bit off-put by the not quite dishonorable, and it's more kind of cheeky antics, right? Like, again, the crowd isn't murmuring in disgust or anything. Even Stannis is probably like, canny tactics, but unseemly, right? Like, he would have said something like that. But everybody saw it as almost a prank that the Fossaways were playing on this huge Westerlander, Lyle Crakehall the Strongboar. So it's not a dishonorable thing, but it's also not like the most honorable thing. So it looks like Sir John has decided to kind of take it upon himself to try and teach those cousins a lesson. So Sir John Fossaway with the green apple on his shield, and Sir Edward Fossaway, who, like his brothers, has the red apple on his shield. Those two will square off, and before long, squires have them ready, and they are lined up on opposite ends of the jousting lane. Let's go. Okay. What's that?
So I love hearing the dice, the clatter, clatter, clatter.
You get a dice tray or something. But yes, on the first pass, I've taken a simpler rolling method for most NPCs. It's just a d6 each, modified by relative skill, and this ended up being a 6 against a 1 before the modifiers for relative skill. So on the first pass, the red apple falls from the saddle, and the green apple stays in the tree. So it's a clean pass. Sir Edwin does land a shot, and his lance does shatter. It's not, and he doesn't, like break his neck, falling from the side or anything like that. But it is a clean pass as Sir John Fossaway. And on the first pass, it's always like the challenger is opposite the champions area, like as they're coming and going, and he just rides through his cousin, turns his horse, and sees that his cousin's on the ground, and he just dismounts and waits for him over there in the champions area, like just right there, like he knew that was going to be the case. And oh, what a coincidence, cousin! I ran into you on the way over here. Right? It's just this
Give me that.
kind of body language he's got,
and
and he's like, I hope to, and yes, the other two Fossaway boys, of course, are besides themselves. Oh, cousin! Look, you killed him. And he's, trying to, oh, we just, you could have let us hold it for a bit. And, that sort of thing. But yeah, in the end, Edwin is fine. The banner of House Drinkwater changes biceps and is now lashed around the arm of Sir John Fossaway, the Knight of New Barrel, who has kind of undone the good-natured perfidy of his Fossaway kin and their unabashed ganging up on the strong boar. So far, so good.
Seeing the strong boar, I mean, ganging up on him is kind of the way to go.
Yeah, and remember, he wasn't even like mad about it himself. He was kind of laughing as it went down.
Pretty well from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, and he kind of take it as a compliment, right? In Overwatch the other day, like when somebody changes their hero to counter yours, you're like, okay, cool, thanks. You're acknowledging that I'm pretty good on this hero. It was kind of that kind of vibe where he's like, all right, fine. Like all three of you need to joust me back to back to have any shot, and whatever. I'll take that as a compliment. Next up is a newcomer that has not yet tilted this week. Sir Uther Shet, who is one of the youngest knights in attendance. They are from the Vale. It's one of the kind of minor Vale houses. And Sir Uther... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just commenting that we don't have an awful lot of film in here. So.
It was a trip from the Riverlands or the Vale. So you got a handful, but not a ton. But yeah, Sir Uther kind of reminds you of Gangly Langley Wood. He's got that same build. He's a little too skinny to be as tall as he is. He's got a very clearly first shot at growing a beard that's a little bit patchy and a little bit thin.
He's gonna die.
And he looks
one like from that point of view, like Adam's like relatable, and yeah, poor Langley, we hardly knew you.
Okay. And he looks maybe like a year older than Adam, right? Like you would not be surprised if this wasn't his first tourney, unless they had a name day tourney for him, right? So he finally makes his way over to the champion seat, and you can see that some of the other Valemen are kind of waiting eagerly, like a mix between egging him on and like maybe they drew straws or did like a rock paper scissors type of thing to see which of them would get to go, because there is still that small knot of Vale Knights, but it looks like for whatever reason Uther Shet is taking the initiative here, and so those Vale Knights are all wailing in impatience as he very thoughtfully looks at the lineup, just like somebody that waits in line at McDonald's forever, and then they get up front and they're like, I don't know, right? It's kind of that, because it's like, look, like one person has changed seats, and it's even still a fucking Fossaway. Get with it, shit. you know. And in
Get.
the end, what's that?
I was just making fun of his name.
Yeah,
Shit.
shit. Uh, it's just like it sounds. It's just SHETT. Um, yeah. But anyways, so eventually he settles on Septon Jim. It looks like especially the younger knights and the most chivalrous knights are loath to challenge a woman. A lot of knights feel like challenging a bastard hedge knight is beneath them, except also that guy just beat Loras Tyrell, so that's a second reason not to challenge it. Like, no, he's as big as he looks. That's not cool. Renly Baratheon, who's not much smaller than Oris Waters. And they're still sitting right next to each other, in case you guys forgot. No reason for concern or alarm there. Um, and John Fossaway, who just tilted, so it's maybe a little bit dishonorable to challenge him. So he's like, I guess my best shot is fighting a priest. Like that's the closest cross section between honorable behavior and a chance to marry the Lady Iris Danon. So he challenges Septon Jim, um, which the Septon put himself out there. Like it's a fair cop. He didn't just like show up after a sermon on seventh day, and hit him with a lance out of nowhere. Uh,
And he
so
won, right? Septon Jim won
yeah,
the
like
joust.
yeah. So Septon Jim squares off, um, uh, and yeah, let's see how things go. Septon Jim, you may remember, he also changed little kind of arm banners with Oris, because Oris was representing House Bridington, which is the house that Septon Jim is attached to. So he traded with the good Septon so that he could actually wear the colors of his, his friend and his house. So Septon Jim squares off. Loud ass car goes by outside. Sorry if everybody heard that.
Didn't hear it at all.
Okay. All right,
You're
good.
good.
We pick up on a lot of traffic noises in here. So the first pass is pretty clean. And it looks like those long, lanky limbs might be giving him a hair of a reach advantage
His
because
newly appendages.
because they both pass good, clean breaks of the lances. And again, on the second pass, um, on the third pass, Septon Jim actually kind of twists in the saddle, and it looks like he's in danger of tumbling
Oh no.
for a moment, but he's able to cling in or hang in there and cling to the saddle, and he hauls himself upright, um, and you can see him kind of, and he's in a lighter helmet than most because he's also not like a full-on knight, so he's in kind of a say like a half plate type instead of a full plate, and his helmet actually shows his face a little bit more. And you can see him grinning and shaking his head like, can't believe you're going to lose this fucking kid. He's still popping pimples. Get your head in the game, Jim. And you can see him just like, oh, that was, yeah, no, this, they hit as hard as I remember. And on the fourth pass, the crowd is into it by this point. Like, people don't feel bad for cheering against a Septon or vice versa. They've kind of maybe just forgotten. Um, Fourth pass is a solid, even one again. Pair of splintered lances. Septon Jim seems to have gotten his balance again. You guys can tell he's in a defensive posture. He's riding low in the saddle compared to his taller opponent. So he's kind of highlighting their height difference and the stability difference. And on the fifth pass, it pays off. He's able to hit the gangly young knight high in the shield, and between that and the kind of leverage difference between them, and a 2 versus a 6, he actually takes Urthushet right out of the saddle.
Nice.
Nice.
I was worried I was going to lose money on that.
So
Not
the
into Septon Jim.
And the good Septon, of course, is a tremendous sport about it. He goes and checks on his opponent, whose helmet did get like turned halfway around. He got hit up high and like landed up high, but he's fine. No like neck or spine injury, yada yada yada. Just a little bit comically, helmet turned sideways, can't see for a second. And the Septon hauls him to his feet with a like warrior forearm clasp type of thing, and yeah, the two of them both seem to be in fairly okay spirits, as the Septon claps him, enthusiastically on the back, and rewards him for riding well, and the crowd eats it up. Septon's a pretty good dude. He's no Thoros of Mir, fighting halfway dishonorably with burning swords and shit. This guy just seems like a pretty good dude, So
That's,
like-
he's a good Septon. He's not one of those godless heathens.
that's right.
I like how Adam's first thought is that he's still going to make money, but my brain's like, oh, that would have been a nice match for young Lady Danet.
I mean, yeah, that's also true, but yeah, you got a point there actually.
It's like, well, tough.
I got to
Like, thinking of who all is up there, there's really only like 2 choices. Like, her
Well,
pickings aren't great at the moment.
Yeah.
for like a direct marriage, yes. For
Yeah.
marriage rights, like any one of them have other people they can pass her off onto, but I guess it's whether she trusts them to pick someone good.
Speaking of good marriage matches, and of the Knights of the Vale of Erin, the next one is ready to go basically immediately, and it looks like just the Erin boys have been kind of waiting, and it's not uncommon for large groups of knights to wait till the finals in this sort of thing. And so, with the pride of the Vale of Erin on the line, next up is Sir Ossifer Lips, who is from House Lips, which is just like it sounds like. They have a pink set of lips on a dark blue field. So not quite trans rights type of color scheme there. He is not a terribly good looking or young fellow. He's
I feel like we're getting into all the weird named houses now.
I feel like this is made up.
they are
They're
real.
pulling our leg.
I promise.
Oh,
Next to Noble House
they're
Poop
real
Sack.
for a fictional setting.
So,
Spelled
Sir
4 H's in you think.
Sir Ossifer of House Lips.
That sounds like
he's-
something you'd say when you're really drunk and
Yes.
trying to like say something.
Terrible.
Hey,
Os-
Danny,
Oscar
you enjoy House
Lips.
Lips?
He is a big man, barrel-chested, with a stout gut that looks like he's very much going to be grounded in the saddle. He's got kind of uneven stubble that's going salt and pepper, and he does have kind of big, unpleasant lips. He's just not a super attractive fellow. And the worst part isn't his looks, it's his demeanor. Like, he is openly leering up at the Lady Iris Danet as he kind of struts out from amongst the knot of Vale Knights. And he immediately makes his way to challenge Brienne of Tarth. And you guys recognize the body language behind this. It's very reminiscent of a couple Knights of the Kingsguard that you ran afoul of. It's that same sort of swagger and the certainty that he's going to beat this woman so that he can ride that woman. And he's kind of
I don't
skeevy.
like this guy.
Kind
Him at all.
of So, Brienne of Tarth, of course, does not make a face at him or give any sign of displeasure. She stands up, nods to acknowledge his challenge, and makes her way to go get armored the rest of the way up.
I'm gonna yell, "Go, Brienne!"
Go, Brienne.
You are not alone in this. The Mystery Knight gather herself a bit of a following amongst the fighting men at this tourney, but also, especially amongst the young ladies at this tourney, because she's the only non-Dornish woman that is taking part in the joust. Um, so she got herself a bit of a following, and they are whooping and hollering in not quite unladylike fashion, right? Like this is how you're supposed to be, like cheering on your husband or something, and instead they're like, kill him, like they're they're all for Brienne of Tarth, and they're some of the younger ones, that trio of 14-year-olds that have often been traveling together in a hive mind. They're kind of partially standing up on the barrier out to the jousting field, so they're up a little higher and can see better. Um, and yeah, so Lady Brienne clearly has the crowd's favor in this, and so they square off. They charge. On the first pass, both shields are hit cleanly, both lances splinter, and the Lady Brienne of Tarth is folded in half backwards, reeling straight back in the saddle
Oh no.
uh, from a very high hit. You can tell up on the pavilion, like you're kind of even, eye level, and it was a very high hit. Looks like it barely caught shield instead of chest. Um, but she is square straight back instead of able to fall to either side. So she just barely manages to stay in the saddle, and then to eventually work those core muscles and do a plate mailed sit up in stirrups and haul herself upright. But she definitely took the worst of that first pass, quite clearly. And for his part, the Knight of Lips, Sir Ossifer, looks to be quite grounded in the motherfucking saddle. He is a big, stocky guy, but he clearly knows how to use that in a fight, or at least certainly in a joust. So he looks quite stable.
Come on, Brienne.
We need the gods to wake up.
On the second pass, there's actually a very similar outcome, except this time the Lady Brienne is not able to pull herself upright. She bounces the second half of the way uh, down the jousting line, and is valiantly trying to claw her way back upright and into the saddle when a stirrup breaks, and that's the last bit of wobbliness that is needed for her to tumble into the grass. Uh, those were a very unlikely pair of die rolls, but this absolutely standard knight of House Lips uh, has beaten the Lady Brienne of Tarth.
Damn.
I can't stand. Who's gonna challenge him?
We'll see what happens. If no one else does, I will.
Okay.
And so the Vale invasion continues with Sir Roland Waynwood. House Waynwood is. They also have a squire here that's actually Roland's uncle. Um, but that's just how cousins and families and generations kind of go sometimes. So young Wallace Waynwood is hurriedly finishing helping Sir Ossifer, tie the banner onto his arm and stuff. And then the squire kind of comically has to go trotting over to help his nephew, the knight. So he's got the broken black wheel of House Waynwood as his sigil, and he makes his way up and challenges Sir John Fossaway. apparently the Knight of New Barrel has had, a couple jousts now to settle in, so it is no longer unseemly um, to challenge him. So yes, young Roland of House Waynwood squares off with the Knight of New Barrel. Both of them with green on their shields. Uh, Sir Roland is single. Sir John, of course, is happily married to a Tyrell. He was not going to be marrying the Lady Iris himself, but was probably going to find her somebody pretty fucking dope to get married to if it came down to it. They square off. They clash. And both riders keep to their sandals. Both riders keep to their saddles quite handily. The first pass, you got broken lances, uh, knightly skill on display, and again on the second pass, they're still kind of feeling each other out. Both of them are able to uh, brace for impacts quite cleanly and that sort of thing. In close at the tourney, at the Watchers Pavilion, you guys can tell that Lady Iris is definitely pulling for John Fossaway to win. Uh, Roland is a fairly homely young man with an almost comically large jaw and an almost comically small and pinched nose. He's just not a super good-looking fella, and John Fossaway, of course, is. And she seems to just be banking that any knight from the Reach is going to be, which, in fairness, is kind of what you guys have noticed. Like, they might just not let the ugly ones leave or something, because the average knight of the Reach is, been pretty good looking all week. Um, the third pass is much the same. Both knights look to be fairly evenly managed. Sir Roland is a little bit taller than Sir John, but it's not like a huge disparity. And then again, in the fifth pass, these two are pretty evenly matched. In terms of advantage, it would be difficult to say either way until in the sixth pass, Sir John Fossaway holds, and Sir Roland of House Waynwood um, finally has his measure taken by the Knight of New Barrel, who is able to adjust his stance in the final moments as they're charging at each other. Sir John plants both feet solid in the stirrups and stands almost clean of his saddle and attacks from and that extra bit of leverage and force is able to tumble Sir Roland from the saddle. Sir Roland seems to be a good sport about it, and Sir John Fossaway, of course, is every inch the chivalrous Reach Knight, who helps his beleaguered opponent back to his feet, and everyone leaves in good spirits. And then we're gonna mix it up a little bit. As the Vale Knights are kind of huddled up again, and it looks like there's some disagreement about which of them is up next, Sir Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar,
Oh.
uh, makes a show of stepping past them and leaving them clearly behind him as he approaches the assorted champions. And he completely ignores John Fossaway, who just tilted. He's not going to stomp on an apple that's only just, just competed. He looks
Just
rather
totally.
Yeah, he looks rather disdainfully at Ossifer Lips. He just doesn't seem very impressed by that fellow. He shakes his head at Sept and Jim, feeling like perhaps challenging a holy man when there's someone else to fight, anyone else to fight, might be asking for trouble on the ride home. Right? Like, what if there's an accident? And so he's left standing there looking thoughtfully at Sir Oris Waters and Lord Renly Baratheon, um, who are of a size with him.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Ash, I
Good
can't
luck.
hear you.
Um,
Next tournament we do, we'll have weight divisions.
have athletics classes.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I was that I muted. Yeah, Oris beat him at arm wrestling a few nights ago, so he may be wanting to
Oris
settle that
did
score.
have to work pretty hard to beat him at arm wrestling too.
Yeah.
Is the thing. It wasn't like a sat down and then just immediately broke his arm type of thing, um, which might be what leads the Strongboar to challenge Lord Renly Baratheon instead. It might be that Oris is a bastard hedge knight. It might be that you don't get many chances to hit the master of laws with a stick without getting in legal trouble.
Oh, phew.
And it could just be remembering that Oris did outmuscle him once, but shortly, the Strongboar has squared off against the Lord of the Stormlands.
Nice.
Maybe he feels he's experienced everything Oris has to offer. He wants to move on to a different.
And
Difficult one.
He's plumbed the depths of his relationship with Oris.
Lord Beric Dondarrion seems to have lent his squire to Lord Renly for this. Young Edric Dane is honored to help the Lord of the Stormlands prepare himself. And the Westerlander, meanwhile, has some nameless squire that I don't have written down because we don't have a lot of squires from the Westerlands. Anyways, they square off, and it's pretty uncanny. You know that these two would dwarf most of their opponents, and they're both on really big horses, also because they kind of need to be. And you're like, yeah, no, it's kind of weird. It looks like everything else has just scaled down. Like everything around them just got smaller. Instead of one rider being huge and looking at a place, it's like maybe it's me that's been small all along. As these two square off. So let's do this way. All right. I feel like we're not quite to the level where I want to do this pass by pass with the full rules. But these guys do both have pretty exceptional attributes. But because it's against each other, we'll just say they kind of cancel out.
Yeah, they even up.
Like, we'll just, yeah. So, the first pass, the Lances don't have a goddamn shot. Lances splinter. Neither rider seems to reel in the saddle harder than the other. Everybody here knows that they're both hitting pretty hard. You guys notice that Oris actually leaves his seat, not like lunges to his feet or anything, but he just kind of gets up and ambles sidelong for a little bit better view.
Who wants to watch this?
The only other two guys here that are about his size watching how they tilt.
Yeah, he just
Or
wants to
maybe
watch his
just-
brother.
Or maybe it was his uncle.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe he just wants to make sure his uncle's okay. Who knows?
It's not too. It's no gentry.
In the second pass, the lance of the Strongboar doesn't want to splinter quite right. And it pounds into Renly's shield, and then eventually the lance breaks. But it, and this sort of thing happens, you know, the lances aren't like pre-cracked or anything like that. But it definitely looks like Renly takes the worst of that pass. And eventually the lance like shatters in half, but it doesn't do the kind of explosive splintering type of thing. So he may have just had it lined up perfectly so that it didn't break like normal. It may have just been, a little bit stronger lance than others. But Renly gets twisted sidelong in the saddle, and his shield is clearly and visibly dented by that impact. On the third pass, both riders return with a vengeance. And you guys get the feeling they both go some variant of aggressive or high in the saddle. Like they're clearly going, I don't want to do this all day. This guy's a beast. And they both are looking for an early finish on this third pass. They both ride aggressively, and they both hit each other very hard. And they are both then left reeling in the saddle, barely hanging on. And their shield arm gets kind of thrown out wide, and he's twisted in the saddle and almost falling. And on that third pass, you guys get the feeling by the end of the day, the Blue Bard is going to be singing about the thunderstruck boar, or the pass heard round the world, type of thing. Because that's one of those passes where just everybody in the crowd winces at that impact of those two simultaneously, hitting each other with the equivalent of like haymakers. So they barely keep to the saddle. And in the fourth pass, they do it again.
Oh Jesus!
It's another pair of sixes.
We have
So
to another
so,
another 7 pass still.
so pass number 4, once again, they're both probably thinking, there's no way he'll withstand it if I do that again, right? And they're both almost right. Like it barely, both able to stay in the saddle. Renly hits a little bit lower than the strong boar, so the strong boar's base is kind of threatened as he's shoved backwards halfway out of his saddle. Renly gets hit up higher instead, and so he gets kind of blown over backwards and is left in the precarious position of having to haul himself upright against gravity, and also your basic survival instinct, because after the strong boar hits you with a lance 4 times, you're like, I could just quit. There would be no dishonor in not getting hit by him again. But neither man succumbs. They're both able to only just barely stay in the saddle, make it to the end of the lane, and straighten up. And in the 5th pass, they are both quite a bit more conservative. Again, they seem to have both had the same thought of, instead of, he can't take it if I do that again, they both think, I can't take it if he does that again. And both of them are kind of braced and hunkered down low in the saddle, and they're both paying more attention to their enemy's lance than their own. And both lances still break, but kind of barely. Like they skitter off the shield at start, and then the lance head just kind of claws onto the edge of the shield, like the steel rim. And both lances end up breaking, but not by much.
This next pass, they're gonna both go aggressive, I think.
So
Again.
This is now the 6th pass, and the crowd is watching breathlessly. Like, this is as good as Oris against Loris. They're just like, this is great. We don't get to watch this shit real often. Look at these guys go. And they're just having a good old time. It's impossible to tell which of them the crowd is cheering for louder. And in the 6th pass, again, both of the knights are conservative and defensive, and they're down low in the saddle, and the lances break, but neither man is disturbed in the slightest from their seat. And then they come to the end of the rows, and they're lining up for the 7th, and Lord Renly holds up his lance hand instead of reaching for a new lance. And they pause, and then Renly lifts the visor of his finely crafted helm with gold antlers sticking up from it, etc., etc. And everybody can see his easy smile as he goes, "Strongboar, unless you've rattled me so hard I'm missing my count, I believe this makes 7." The Strongboar slaps his visor up, and it looks like his bristly beard almost like makes a break for it. It is a very different look than Renly's visor up. And he goes, "I think so, Stormlord. This will be 7." And then Renly gives a very kind of mock, thoughtful nod. He goes, "Lady Rhaena, what happens if my lightning bolts do not dislodge the Strongboar, or if his tusks shatter against Storm's End? Will there be an 8th?"
Adam's gonna just like lean over to Raina and whisper, but like kind of urgently, like, you could ask them to finish it on foot.
Well, we have already done that today.
No, like on foot is different from
I
on
think-
horse.
No,
I think
that's
that
what I'm
was her-
saying. We've already done that today.
Yeah, that was her answer to Renly, was that they already continued today. So
In the interest of keeping it interesting, and I kind of indicate the audience, should both of you remain a horse, you'll take it to the ground after past 7.
the Strongboar immediately slaps his visor back down and reaches for a lance. He is all in. And Lord Renly kind of soaks in the laughter and the cheer of your keep it interesting and all that, and he makes a big show of getting every eye on him, and he goes, "Very well, we will entertain the folk. If needs must, I'll hunt a boar on foot." And everybody laughs and cheers.
No Baratheon ever be done in by a boar.
Yeah, like what are the odds?
Yes, anyway.
Right? That's kind of why I picked this one. Anyway, so you
We're laughing
guys,
now until he dies in a freak accident on our
Right.
turning grounds.
Oh, man.
uh,
I totally did that for selfish reasons because, like, Renly better not concede because he's the best prospect out of all the champions. So if he gets knocked out, there's problems.
so because he's not good at hiding his feelings, and because he's close to you lot, and because one of you always has 40% of your perceptive skills aimed at him, you guys can tell that Oris is pissed. Like, he looks like he's about to have a tantrum. Like, get to finish it on foot? I didn't get to finish mine on foot. Piss on this. Could have pounded Loris into the ground like it weren't nothing. And he's right down there, just off the viewer's pavilion. And he's just like muttering to himself, like, the fuck is this? They get to finish on foot? Duh! I would have pounded that flower into the mud if they let me. Saved a half dozen more lances. Oof. A cleaner break instead of a. He just looks like really, really upset that he doesn't get to finish on foot, and his uncle and the Strongboard do. And he's not like, it's not loud. Nobody else can hear it. It's a big crowd. He's just muttering like, of course,
So unfair.
bastard's never going to do anything fun, right? Like,
Well,
he's just kind of.
I mean, he can kick Adam's kidneys for it later, I guess.
So you guys are, because you're there, you can notice that Oris is just kind of aggrieved at not getting to fight on foot. Like,
Grieved. That's a good word.
I love the bones of that boy.
so the two looming titans square off once again, and for a moment, as they start to ride, neither man is quite going full tilt, and it looks like maybe there will be a gentleman's agreement to lightly pass each other and give a tap, and then maybe finish on foot.
It's not
But
gonna
then also both of them were like, or I could just win. Like I could just win.
All
So
the prisoners
they're
delivers on us.
they're a little, yeah, exactly. It's that kind of so they're a little bit slow to accelerate, but then they clearly egg each other on, and they are riding full tilt by the time they clash in the middle of the field.
Come at me, bro.
And
Who's
I'm gonna
fucking just
say,
slowing down as they're putting their own spurs to the horse?
yeah, we are looking at a 4 against a 4. So we're gonna say that that is not a clean win for either, or even a clean enough hit to that the judges should call it, even though they both are a horse and it would be shitty to call it at this point. It's not like, you know what I mean? Neither of them are clearly grievously wounded or whatever by this pass. It's just a good, clean pass. And the crowd flips out. Like, yeah, it's the best thing ever. And yeah, both knights ride to the end, and they wheel their horses about, and then they start to clamber out of the saddle. They don't come like leaping out and immediately fighting the way you've seen at prior tourneys where fights could be finished on the ground quickly. This is more of like, all right, we agreed this is how we would do it. And Renly reaches out, and Edric Dane offers him a greatsword that Ned almost like teeter-totters under the weight of. Like, it's a Baratheon-sized greatsword. Right? And you know that Ned knows how to handle a greatsword because he's going to get Dawn someday. And, like,
It's not
this
as
is a
heavy
big...
as
So he hands this out, and Renly gives it a swish through the air, back and forth a few times. And meanwhile, Lyle Craycall, the Strongboar, reaches towards his squire, and they give him a big honkin' morning star. This big, heavy, spiked club. And he gives it a few swings. And then you guys hear this kind of metallic chuckle as he lifts it up and he throws it down and he lets the spikes stick in the mud. And he just starts stalking at Renly open-handed, and gives a crinkle gesture with a gauntlet. And it looks like an invitation to wrestle has happened.
I mean,
And Renly,
God, I wish.
Oh my.
I wish that
Renly,
were-
Happy name day,
Elbow
Adam.
Adam.
Renly pauses for a moment, like it had not occurred to him that this would turn into a brawl in the mud. Because remember, this is the land that's been churned all week by horses and stuff, and it looks like maybe that's what Craycall's counting on. But Renly's not going to be a bad sport, so he turns and longsword to Ned, and then gets about a 2-step running start before Craycall slams into him. Because Renly was just taking a little too long, so the Strongboar train started going choo-choo, and almost from the get-go, it's clear why Craycall has done this. He has dice in brawling that Renly clearly doesn't. He knows what he's doing more than Renly does. Who knows what would have happened if they stayed on foot? Renly isn't like renowned in the melee, because he normally just wins in the joust, and has largely left the melee to his brothers. But like, he's got size, he's clearly well trained, so who knows? But here, Craycall looks to have a clear advantage, not least of which because also at one point he grabs Renly's helmet by one of the antlers and gives it a wrench off to the side. Like, the one time Renly's able to like tumble over and end up on top, Craycall reaches up like underneath Renly's arm from behind and like grabs one of the antlers and like pulls backwards, so that Renly kind of gets peeled off of him, and
This is
falls
why you
back.
This is why you shouldn't have stuff like that on your armor.
And the landing as Kraykall then, lands atop him, snaps the antler off, because these things are fairly breakable. They're made to break away. It's not like solid gold welded to the fucking helmet. But he breaks that off, um, and gets in a couple of good helmet rattling shots with that fist, before wrestling the visor up on Renly's helmet and holding the golden antler over him as though it were a dirk, which is how most plate mailed fights on the ground end, is somebody going for a dagger and commencing to kill. And he is clearly the victor. So he gets over him and he claws Renly's visor up, and is, standing over him with this knife of the gilded antler kind of broken off. And Renly freezes up for like 2-3 seconds. Renly is stock still. And then both of them start laughing. And there's this kind of tinny, echoey rumble from within their armor. And Renly reaches up, and we're going to say that like tapping out is a thing. But as they're laughing, Renly reaches up and wraps him twice, on the breastplate to submit. And the Strongboar stands up and helps Lord Renly to his feet. And they're just standing there covered in mud, with one antler up and one antler in the other guy's hand, that he's holding like a dagger that he's about to stab with. And they both know that this is not how they thought things were going to go 5 minutes ago. And they're just, Renly takes all the sting out of the loss, by just laughing at like, nope, I was not ever really trained to this part. This is not the wrestling that I like to do with knights. This is absurd. This would not have happened in the Reach, right? Like they're just cracking up about it. And Renly grabs him by the wrist and like holds his arm up, just to make it clear who the winner is and all that. And so everybody's a pretty good sport about it. But the Strongboar has, in unlikely circumstances, taken the seat of House Danit, nominally.
At least what she kind of engineered.
And so they're laughing about it. The crowd is laughing and also cheering. Loras Tyrell looks like he wants to be mad but can't. It's like, if Renly's okay with it, I guess I can't be mad, but he could have broken his neck. Like he wants, he clearly has this protective instinct.
Well, I'm very excited.
Oris is totally the Hulk at the end of Thor Ragnarok, but big monster, right? Like he's just like, oh, they got to brawl too. He just looks like he's just missed out. And he's like, Dad could have got another fucking antler. Damn it. So he looks a little sullen about all of it. But most people look like they're in good cheer. Even, get this, you guys are close enough. Stannis chuckles twice. Like it was, like not just one chuckle. He's just like, yeah. You don't know if he's just.
That's why I'm hallucinating.
That's his quota for the year. He's not allowed anymore.
Yeah. So you don't know if it's because he's just like, oh, these crazy Dornish, or really got his ass kicked, right? Like who knows?
One chuckle for each.
Yeah, it could be. It could be a completely even split there, of like these savage Dornish tourneys, and really loser. So who knows? But just everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits, except for Oris, who nobody but you guys really notices, because he's just sullen that he missed out. He's like, oh God, if I got to punch Loras, oh, that would have been the best. So he just looks like he's, a little bit sullen. This fits his the self-described arc of his life of never quite getting the things he wants. But
I mean, he
yeah,
can have a wrestle later if he wants, but.
like I've got several of Renly's outfits ready to go.
Well, we are both very stylish.
You are both very stylish.
Well,
I'm,
right now,
I'm very appreciative, and I laugh and applaud just like everybody else. I'm very happy.
yeah, and
Yeah,
right now,
like,
Adam is
Adam's
clearly
like,
the
yeah, Adam's like applauding, but he's a bit disappointed in the result of that, and it's not just about money this time. It's like,
Adam. Adam is head and shoulders the best dressed of the two of them right now, because Renly's in battered plate covered in mud,
yeah, I haven't
with
really heard in the so.
turf clinging to some of the gaps, and yeah. So right now, it's down to Adam and Lord Beric Dondarrion uh, to see who the best dressed is.
That's tough competition. He definitely
Yeah.
he's got it.
So Renly is now clearly a distant third in the fashion off. So the Strongboar is belly laughing still as he falls back over into the seat and starts to scrape mud against armor as he kind of half-heartedly cleaning himself off. Um, and then he makes a big show of trying to rinse himself with a nearby flagon of wine that like he half drinks and half just pours all over himself. Um,
This is what
in
squires are for. Have him deal with it.
he's put on a show. Let him be happy.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
so yeah, Renly does not. It's a very clearly not like sulking off, but once the spotlight is not on him, he leaves, and you're pretty sure it's just to go get changed and cleaned up. Like he's probably not upset about losing, so much as he's just like, duh, it's not where I thought that was gonna go. I am not spending the rest of the afternoon looking like this. So Renly vanishes, but it's not like a tantrum stomp off
He's got
type
to
of
go bathe and get cleaned up.
yeah. So that took an unexpected turn. Thanks again, Dice. I had some weird ones in there. And let's see.
So I'm thrilled because you're not going to see that at any other tourney.
No.
Let's
Mud wrestling, was that on the list, Adam?
Only the private one in my mind.
you guys keep telling me I couldn't. Like yeah.
I mean, like I was more an oil wrestling guy than a mud wrestling guy, so.
Oris is the champion oil wrestler, so anybody that wants to wrestle has to wrestle Oris. And there's just no time. There's no time for this in the schedule because the tourney's already filled. So we're gonna do it in my new Solar. Come on up one at a time.
Too many breakables up there.
Yeah, there's like way too much valuable shit in the solar.
And the Solar is really crowded, so no squires. So I'll do the oiling, I guess. You know, just Adam suffering through it.
Yes, long-suffering Adam.
Next up, we're gonna have Sir Albar Royce, another Valeman, step up, and it looks like maybe he just kind of pulled rank. He is certainly from the most prestigious Vale House here, being from the Royces of the Gate, of the Gates of the Moon, I should say. And he's got, remember those kind of fierce mutton chops, kind of Wolverine style that adds to this kind of just whole like badger look that he's got.
Right.
He's broad-shouldered, and he's got these, these bristling out, mutton chops. What's that?
Am I right in thinking? Right, who's he related to that we know?
I don't know. Who is that, Luke?
Miranda Royce's.
There we go.
Is it her father?
Yeah, it's her brother.
Brother.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if Luke could remember her name. I mean, it's been a while.
I've also well that and also I've jousted against Royce's. We got a few dealings with them, so.
I don't know which ones.
Yeah, those were mostly different Royces,
I think from the other. Yeah.
as I recall.
Or a
Um,
different
but yeah.
set of rules.
So yes, Sir Albar Royce um, takes the field, and he makes his way
Oh, yeah,
without pause.
and our voices I was thinking of because but
Yeah,
yeah, they're from the other family.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is
But he makes his way to Septon Jim's shield. Um, Not going to challenge the Strongbow after all that. Um, Not eager to challenge Oris Waters. Sir John Fossaway just got done holding as well, so he's going to go for Septon Jim. So the broad-shouldered Vale Knight, who is one of the eligible bachelors here, um, and the entire Vale contingent, by the way, except for Lord Gerald Grafton, they are all young men looking for a bride, very clearly. Um, so that might be partially why they were all waiting till the end to kind of step up and shoot their shots. So
yeah.
he squares off against Septon Jim. Um, okay. And maybe,
On Septon
uh,
Jim.
maybe it's just age catching up to Septon Jim. Maybe it's the fact that he's already jousted a few times today, got a little battered. Maybe it's the fire into the loins of Sir Albar Royce, who is in it for love and title, as opposed to Septon Jim, who's in it to just tilt.
For fun.
But yes, on the first pass, Albar Royce knocks the old Septon from the saddle.
Oh,
It was a clean 6-1 roll. So Sir Albar Royce is now nominally the representative of House Bridington, because again, the Sandstorm Bridington swapped. And Sir Uther certainly seems to bear the old Septon no malice. He doesn't like spit on him or anything. He goes back over and, offers to help him to his feet, but the Septon hauls himself up before Royce makes it there. And they, give each other warrior clap type of stuff on the armor. And yeah, Septon Jim does get kind of a walk away cheer from the crowd, because they're like, that Septon was pretty cool. Like he beat 2 knights in the joust, and man, Dorne's crazy. And it looks like they had a good time. Had a good time. All right. Let's see. Any PCs wanting to interject at any point? Please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I'll let another one happen, but I'm gonna challenge the lips guy.
Challenge lips. Okay. Let's have.
So we go vanish and get ready for that.
Okay. Before that one, let's have Richard Horp square off. Stormland Knight with moths on his shield. He will challenge Sir John Fossaway, who has now had a couple matches to kind of recover. Looks like most of the knights are being quite chivalrous and, waiting instead of the back-to-back-to-back thing. They fell back into the standard pattern, but there's definitely a lot more activity today than there has been. So there's just brief pauses between matches because everyone's like watching the sun moving through the sky, and they're like, all right, if I'm gonna do this, I gotta do it now. So yeah, Richard Horp makes his way over and challenges Sir John Fossaway. You lot probably remember Horp. He's the one that killed Cousin Will
Killed Cousin Will. Yeah.
in the Trial of Seven.
And not on purpose,
yeah.
as far as we know, just...
And Horp is still walking with a noticeable limp. It's not not a like bad leg quality at this point. Like he's been healing, but remember that Cousin Will did try to hamstring him and cripple him. So it looks like he's he's still in a few months, it's still favoring that leg a bit. But he looks pretty confident of his skills a saddle.
Didn't he challenge Bela earlier in the week?
Yes,
Yes.
I think it was Bela.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
I
Yes.
believe so.
Yeah, he was right before Brienne of Tarth. He was your last challenger before her.
Okay.
And it's not terribly surprising that he would be a multi-challenger. He is a single guy that's really good at fighting. Rumors persist that he has put off marriage to this point because he was expecting a spot in King Robert's Kingsguard. Shortly thereafter, that spot went to Boros Blunt instead, which is another part of why people are like, there's no way that that's like a legit choice that Robert made. That was like Cersei talking in his ear or something, because nobody would rather have Boros Blunt protecting them than Richard Horp. Like, it's just not going to happen. But Richard is still a bachelor for pretty martial reasons, so it's looking pretty confident as he squares off against the Green Apple John Fossaway. And he's a pretty grim-faced fellow, almost Stanisian from what you guys have seen, just very kind of serious. Just pretty serious. Doesn't
It amazes me how certain characters have come to embody attitudes and like personalities,
yeah.
like how they behave.
For like someone very sullen is Orisian.
So all right. First pass, both solid shots, 6v6 for those keeping an eye on the die rolls from home. Both guys look eager to finish it quickly. Sir John Fossaway has already fought a few times today. Richard Horp just looks like he tries to finish every fight quickly and efficiently. There's not like emotion on his face as he's doing it. He's just like, you're in my way. So the first pass, broken lances. Both riders seem to be holding on to the saddle okay. Not so in the second pass. Having gotten the measure of his foe, Richard Horp then cleanly dehorses the gallant Reach Knight Sir John Fossaway. It was a 6-2 split on the second one. So Sir John just seems to be caught off guard by the precise lance placement and the accuracy and power of Richard Horp's tourney lance, and it just blasts John clean from the saddle. A bigger knight, your Strongbow or an Orus, might have withheld that, but Richard Horp knows what he's doing with weapons, and 2 passes in is now the representative of House Drin in the champion seats. He kind of joylessly toasts with his wine goblet after getting over there. It's not a fuck you throwing wine at the crowd or anything. It's just like, right, I'm supposed to do this. Okay, that's good wine. I'm not in a good mood. I'm not in good cheer. The thing I expected to happen happened, and I will drink some delicious wine. But it's not like an emotive moment, right?
Not
He doesn't seem surprised by the outcome.
Yeah, that's. I prefer people who are fun.
Yeah, he just seems kind of just clinical about the whole thing.
It's very Stenisian.
Yeah.
All right, and then I believe we had a PC wedging his way in, trying to actually play the game some. So
Yeah.
any format, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right. So I believe the plan was to reclaim the champion's ribbon of House Nymerian from Sir Ossifer Lips.
Yeah, in my fancy half plate, I will write out and I will tap on the familiar sigil of our own house.
All right. There's a bit of a like nervous laughter as people notice that, like, oh, he's kind of jotted for his own. Well, I mean, I guess maybe he wants to marry her, but maybe he just doesn't like lips. Who knows?
I can see Lena watching this being like, interesting.
And partially it's like he's not challenging to get his own champion seat back. He wants that first one. So a couple people are just kind of like, that's weird. Oh well, but it's not like scandalous or whatever.
That's fine. This is fine.
And Sir Ossifer stands himself up and he finishes his wine and kind of what he saw the champions doing most of the week. And he makes his way over. And his squire, Wallace Wainwood, helps him out, gets him armored up, and we've got a square off of Lucaris v. Lips, the famous legal case.
Yeah, we all know that one. For the joust,
all right.
It is fighting plus
Fighting.
bonuses in spears and bonuses in ride.
Bonuses in animal handling as extra bonus dice. So it's
Oh, okay, yeah, I get you.
and then you keep fighting -1 because it's a charge. So I've got his stance. Let me know when you've got yours.
Yeah, I'm gonna do braced.
Okay.
Braced, just the one.
Okay. Let's do it. He will keep that. And that. Your passive animal handling is an 11
That
in
is
my
correct.
notes.
Kill him.
Double check which one braced is. I know it's one of the defensive ones.
Braced adds to the animal handling test to stay in the saddle.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to. I always get braced and defensive, and aggressive and high in the saddle. I always have to double check on some of those.
I had
so,
the page open for exactly that reason. Yeah, I was
Yep.
like, which one was it?
so he's got no modifier to this target number 11. So he has. Okay, he has a 12. So his lance does shatter on his opponent's shield, and you will need to make a 9 riding test to stay in the saddle. And meanwhile, what was your attack total?
I have a 17. If I keep an additional 5, would that be another degree of success?
Keeping an additional 5 will always be another degree of success.
That's right, because it is greater than number 4.
Because
obviously.
it is a degree of success.
Yeah. So, I'm going to do that. Which is my
It's all good.
destiny point to do exactly that. So I will have a total of 22.
Although to drop a 5 in
Enjoy
the first
when
place.
get asked easy questions like that. Yes.
I feel smart.
You know, there's certain chemicals in my body at the moment. So we're going to go with that. I always knew 5 was greater than 4.
Yeah. So, all right, you are both making animal handling rolls. You need to roll a 9, and you have a +1 on it for braced. He needs to roll a 15 and does not.
You have more than a 9. I'll tell you that.
For the record, he did not beat your target number, much less
Oh.
his. This poor bastard just rolled nothing but 2s and 3s
Poor Brienne.
this ride roll.
Good.
Yeah, that was not great.
I am temporarily authorizing bloodshed. Crush him.
If I had a real spear, it would be, but it's got to go to shatter.
Yep.
Worse than life.
I didn't hear you, Felicia. Your mic was cut out.
Eh?
Still can't hear you.
It's important.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just like a delay.
I'm so
from
used to
when-
fighting these 5 turning knights. I may have overestimated this guy.
He is not a knight of quality, or a knight with tourney knight, much less both.
We
Um,
knew he wasn't a knight of quality already.
he's-
Yeah, Orion Waters would have had more quality than this guy.
It may have been the best he played it in this spin, but whatever. He pissed me off.
he rolled well in the fight against Brienne, is what you all know happened.
I decided when we began, if some complete asshole was going to win a seat, I would challenge him. So that's what I did.
And you have. So yeah, one clean pass. The lips are penetrated by Lucaris's lance.
So I
Oh,
raised my visor, and I'm like, just kind of as a half joke, say, "What can I say? I was looking forward to taking my seat back into shape."
And he clambers to his feet on his own. He does not, ask or wait for assistance.
Oh, I don't offer any.
He hauls himself upright, and makes a kind of big serious show of fumbling with the knot and undoing the ribbon and offering it up to you. And most of the Vale Knights are kind of groaning as, damn it, we were hoping to blitz. We were trying to do a Beatles British invasion type of thing, and now we've only got one guy up there. But I mean, there are only 4 of them that are jousting, so like whatever. They were looking pretty good for a while. Half of them were champions, so good on them. So yeah, Luke gets his sister's seat over there representing House Nymerian.
Coming for all my sister's stuff. You just wait. Yeah, I'll go sit down, and I'm not going to say anything about I don't like this asshole by placed. So.
Okay.
I'm so happy that ended my losing streak. I was doing really badly for a bit.
I'll walk over to Luke as he sits down and bring him a glass of wine, and then just like mess with his hair a little bit and say, nice hit, brother.
Thank you. It's a nice seat you had here.
It is comfy, isn't it?
I don't like him.
Nice hit, brother.
Thank you, sister.
she's being politic.
So tactful, yes.
Very little of it from class rubbed off on me back in the day.
And it was none left when Luke came along, so he's just like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Luke got to say what I was thinking, so I don't have to.
To be honest, I actually am a little nervous, sister. We are waiting back for the Raven from Ghost Hill. So if I could hit some asshole to take my mind off things, that's what I decided to do.
Okay, so either like Bailey doesn't understand what you mean, or I've missed a reference you just made.
Ghost Hill is where Lady Valena comes from. That's where she's the Lady of Ghost Hill. So.
Or her mother is.
Well, oh yeah, so she's not actually taken over yet. Yeah.
They're waiting for the
So what were you
official-
trying to tell me? That...
We're waiting to hear permission back from her mom, basically.
So he's trying to win Iris Danet's hand just in case she says no.
Yeah, this is my backup plan. That's why
I
I know.
know. I'm just getting you in trouble. That's all.
Okay.
Don't tell anyone.
You're gonna be fine, Luke. Just sit in this seat and then get back up on that horse and hit someone else just as hard.
I was waiting
Easy,
for you to
pretty
say,
easy.
like, you're fine, Iris doesn't even like you.
We both know that, so there's no use saying it right now.
There's no point her just rubbing it in.
Hey, your shield just got poked.
Oh,
While you guys are bantering, it looks like somebody has decided not to be the traditional good sport, and
I'm gonna
hold
turn
off.
slowly and look. So,
Yeah, it looks like Valena Toland has decided she wants to have a champion seat again. So, yep, she is standing there, hand on her hip, and Lance ready. And after you turn and look, she gives the shield another little poke, kind of impatiently. And yeah.
Can I tell you something, Bela?
Yeah.
I really like her.
Oh!
I give you a wink and then point towards the wine glass I just handed you, and I say, "Well, you know the tradition."
I gulp it down and I sit it down.
Oh, that was really sweet.
Get on my horse. I had him grinning the whole time, like an idiot.
Okay.
This is romance in our family,
And
and I
then
find it
to
frankly
Valena
amazing.
To Valena before she walks away, and I just slyly say, "Put him on his back," with another wink.
All right. So let's see. To
I
resist,
fucking give up.
I think you roll endurance to resist poison. That Bailey.
I got good endurance. This is kind of
Just-
steep because I have
Oh.
bonuses on that.
Did
She just,
I didn't mention that I've
Yeah.
been scheming this whole past couple of days,
Yeah,
did
she
I?
just-
I mean, like, while you've been bantering, where's Luke's horse? Is anyone doing anything to it? Who knows?
she made a big point of handing him a goblet and making him drink it. So yeah, it was a bunch of stranglers. Sorry, bro.
Well,
It has glass in it, you're gonna trip balls.
this is
in
a
it.
very extreme way to get my nothing I own.
Yeah, she just really wants to have 2 bedrooms. She's like, I want
She's
I want-
poisoning Stannis as we speak. She wants my job.
Yeah.
My rightful job as Master of Ships. I don't have.
Okay, that's not what rightful means, but sure.
Well, I mean, different minds can disagree on that, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. Alternate definitions. So, there is another chuckle from amongst the crowd
Should have said it. That's the point.
because they're always just like, a girl's fighting a man. So a lot of the knights are just a little nervous about this still. They're like, I'm not crazy about this precedent. We should not have brought our women here to see this.
The good ideas.
The women,
All
meanwhile,
these
are
young girls having this impressed upon them,
yeah. The women,
and they're
meanwhile-
loving it.
Yes. They are like, Toland, Toland, Toland. And you hear Mary Crane go, Valeda! Like at the top of her lungs, like concert girl screech that gets heard over the rest of the crowd, right? Like, yeah, Mary Crane lets loose this war cry, cheering for Valena.
I'd somehow see that worse if they didn't like each other.
That cuts through the crowd. And Parman standing next to her looks mortified. Like that was so unladylike of her. And oh God. But yeah, she is unabashedly cheering for the Lady Valena. So let's keep those dice out, Luke.
I got him. I've been holding him for so long.
All right. Pick your stance and let's go.
Stance. Why don't we do aggressive? I think we'll do +2.
Okay, give me 1 second. She needs a few more dice than Ossifer licks. There we go.
More dice and Ossifer.
Yeah.
That would really, really irk him.
She's the knight of
I really
quality.
should have saved the destiny point.
I'm fairly stingy with knight of quality, but I figure the the named knights and lords that you lot have gone to war with are all knights of quality, kind of by by default. So all right, let's do this.
All right.
Very conflicted about this
I
now.
was holding them so hard, so long, some took a while to come out of my hand. They are stuck to my skin. I don't recommend that. All right, I've got 3
I really
sixes
like
I'm
her.
keeping. Yeah.
Okay, so your total, sir?
Total is 21 because I have a total of +3 to that with this racing, with the aggressive stance.
Right. All right. So 21 against that, she will need to roll a 12. She has a 20 against you.
Okay, that is definitely a hit.
Yes, which is also going to be the difficulty 12. So you're both looking for 12s on animal handling plus ride.
Okay.
Or actually, wait, you did. What's the penalty on aggressive? Is that to be hit?
Negative 2 to the animal handling to stay in the saddle.
Okay, it's to this part. Again, it's just the other thing where I'm just like, damn it, which one's which? So
And I already know because I literally have it open right now.
right, yeah. Like I said, just too many of them are very similar, which is what happens when there's only so many moving parts, and they're trying to give us variety.
Okay, I have a 14 to stay in the saddle with the penalties.
Okay, both of you stay in the saddle. So solid first pass, solid shots.
Well matched.
All right.
I'm going to stick to the aggressive +2.
And again, the crowd is cut through by higher pitched voices than have been cheering very loudly necessarily. So they're clearly having fun with this. And you can tell that the girls are laughing while they're cheering for Velena. So you suspect some gossip may have been making the rounds also. So second pass. You in the same stance?
Same stance.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
I have a 19 altogether.
Okay. Once again, you both need to roll 12s to stay
Whoa.
in the saddle. So solid shots, both with 2 degrees of success. She is absolutely in the saddle.
Okay, I got a 14 at the penalty.
All right. Third pass is up. And her game face is on.
My lady, I could do this all day.
Promises.
No.
No,
That was my intention.
Every young knight says so, sir.
Love it.
Well,
But
I'll
yes,
show you.
Another-
All right, for my
another
next pass. Aggressive again. We're just gonna stick to this. I think one of us is gonna fall from this horse when we get a bad roll. That's how this is. Yeah.
All right. She got 3 degrees this time. So you will be looking for a 15 to stay in the saddle.
It is going to be hard to do with my penalty. Maybe impossible. I have 20 altogether to hit her.
Okay. She is once again looking for a 12. She has hers.
I have a 14 before the penalties, and
Well,
even with yeah, I'm gonna be just shy of it.
All right. Any destiny point expenditures?
No, I am out. I
Let's
used
go.
the pointless guy.
Okay.
pointless guy.
Describe your tumbles, sir.
Okay, it's a pretty good hit. This time I've been lucky. I've made some limited animal handling skill to stay in the saddle. But this time, as I go to shift my weight, I just find a stirrup. It's not where I expected to be, and I come out of the saddle and probably tumble into the ground somewhat spectacularly.
All right. A nasty fall, but no noteworthy damage gets through, except perhaps to your dignity, which has a pretty high armor rating. By this
Yeah,
point, it's mostly,
I got a lot of resistance to that.
your dignity is mostly scar tissue, so it's fine. It's tough, tough and leathery, yeah, she follows through all the way to the end of the lane, and she does, again, she had to work for it. She was making it to stay in the saddle rolls by like 3 or 4 most of the time, not by like a ton. So she was definitely getting jostled a bit, but she rides to the end of the lane, and then when she sees that you're not hurt, with a quick kind of sideways glance as part of turning her horse, She then like high steps her horse sideways, the length of the field, um, and soaks in the adoration of the young ladies. And in this case, a lot of the Dornish men are laughing along with her in kind of good cheer, not so much laughing at you as okay, yeah, no, it's mostly at you. It's mostly at you. They're
Vegetate.
pretty sure, yeah, um, so you suspect some of the gossip may have reached them also.
I want to
Uh,
take my helmet off and wave and then give Lady Melina a polite bow.
yeah. And after her kind of victory strut, she will hop nimbly from the saddle next to you and pull you into a hug as you straighten from the bow, uh, and then turns and bows to the viewing pavilion, etc., etc.
Damn it, no
Uh,
smooch.
I'm assuming they both got armor on and stuff. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
Uh,
okay. Fair enough.
Well,
so,
I will definitely wave to everybody, and yeah, this is fun. I'm in a good mood, so
Yeah,
Good.
and on that note, we're going to take our mid-session break. There's no notable break in the action in universe. I was initially going to be like, oh, they ran out of wine, so everyone's got a minute while they restock. But honestly, House Nymerian doesn't run out of wine. So yeah, we're just going to literally just have a commercial break. We're going to take our mid-session break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. And we will wrap up the joust when we get back.
reactive review. Bye.
There.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are returning from a wine break, let us say, and making our way back to the tourney grounds at House Nymeria. I moved my mug thing. Where the fuck did I put that? Anyways, I had a cool Game of
Is
Thrones
in
one.
my goblet is in the shelf in the living room slash dining room.
Is it up too high for you to reach? Do you need me to come get
No,
it? Wasn't
Oh dear.
sure. I'm a helper. I know. I'm sorry. You can reach things on high shelves because halflings are very good at climbing.
Also, you're sat down right now, so she could just come through there and punch you in the head.
You know, running numbers, they're actually not that good at climbing, but those rock bonuses on saves really helps when they fall.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So back to the tourney ground. Let's get some more lance shattering action going on. Um, we have a challenge against Sir Oris Waters,
oh,
the dashing young reach knight, Sir Parman Crane of Red Lake.
Oh
all
god,
right,
he's gonna
Carmen.
He may have lost some kind of bet. He may have taken some kind of dare from his sister. He may have just wanted to challenge himself against the biggest dude out there. Who knows? But yes, Sir Parman Crane of Red Lake, who is a skilled tourney knight, challenges Sir Oris the Aurochs. He makes it 3 passes, which is not at all that bad. And he does not get just completely blasted from the saddle or anything like that. But yes, Sir Oris Waters does beat Sir Parman Crane. And Sir Parman does land all 3 lances. He doesn't, ride defensively and miss or anything like that. It's a solid effort. It's a few more scars on Oris's shield, but Oris the Aurochs maintains his seat upon the end of the challenge. Right. And yeah, you do hear Mary cheering on her brother. It doesn't quite have the same zeal. You think that when she was cheering for Velena, but yeah, she's still good-naturedly, is pulling for her brother, and he puts forth a strong effort. Next up, we have a challenger to Sir Richard Horp, as Sir Justin Massey squares off.
He's an all right dude.
Masty's okay.
Yeah.
He was like in our short list of people to be in the trial by 7. We nearly picked him.
Yeah.
He is
Actually, I'm more impressed with him now after this week than I was at the beginning of the week when I wanted to challenge him to a duel.
I think
What did he
think
do?
that was Parman. that
Yeah, I
you
think
were-
That's what I said. I'm more impressed with
Oh, okay.
Carmen now
Okay.
at the end
I
of
see.
this week.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I-
that's what I said. I thought you meant Justin Massey.
I think I heard him instead of Parman, and I was like, I don't think Justin did anything wrong to you, Felicia. What the fuck? Chill. Like,
Carmen.
stop half murdering everybody. No, yes, Justin Massey. And he's he's not a looming giant, but he's a large guy. He's a big dude, and he's got white blonde hair that's very pale, and an altogether more pleasant demeanor than Richard Horp. And the two of them square off, and the first pass is pretty evensy Stevensies. Justin Massey, as they pass, clearly has several inches on his opponent. You get the feeling that Richard Horp might just be a meaner fighter. He's just a little more focused on this. On the second pass, once again, things are fairly even, and they're shifting in the saddle, changing their stances here and there, probing their opponent's um,
Gently.
defenses. And then on the third pass, it looks like the size of House Massey, or of Justin Massey, pulls him ahead, and he is able to send the more compact knight, Richard Horp, tumbling to the ground. Horp springs to his feet with the alacrity that you saw in King's Landing, of the knights immediately getting up and being ready to fight. He doesn't like go for a weapon or seem to be like furious or anything like that. You get the feeling he just kind of wanted to show that he was ready to fight if he needed to. Like, just kind of like, look, I'm fine. I could have kept going, right? Like, it looks like it's just maybe he's just testing his own bad leg. Maybe he wasn't putting on a show for anyone else so much as showing himself that he could still be up and ready to defend himself after taking a good fall. But either way, Richard Horp loses to Lord Stannis's man, Justin Massey. Lord Stannis gives him a nod when Sir Justin turns and like salutes the viewing tent. Stannis did not wager on his man or anything like that. He has not done so throughout
doesn't.
the week that you've
Yeah,
seen.
gambling's too close to fun. for
Yeah, it's
him.
way too close to enjoying himself.
You'd have to care about what happens. You know.
Um, and then another Crownlander steps forward, and this is Sir Godry Faring, who is another very large man. He is the purple and white knight. Like that's their sigil, is purple knights on a white field. He is Godry the Gaston, I believe we dubbed him in King's
That's
Landing.
him.
He's the guy that is kind of a poster boy for knighthood, but also like the toxic
Gaston.
masculinity that comes with it, right? The kind of arrogance and swagger.
He's Brian Faring's older brother.
I think they're cousins. Yeah, cousins, not brothers, but yes.
Okay.
So, he makes his way without hesitation to the shield of Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar, and it challenges him. And let's see how this goes. The two look very different. Sir Godry is every inch the dashing knight, and he's got this clean, crisp, purple and white scheme. Like shining enameled armor, and the deep dark purple, and the Strongboar, of course, under the mud, is already like brown and gray and reds, right? Like he's already just a more earth toned color scheme. So the two of them look very different in general aesthetic, let us call it.
But it is. I mean, it's pretty ballsy to go out and challenge the Strongboar. In general.
And Sir Godry isn't a small man either. He is tall and broad-shouldered, and he made a point earlier in the week when sparring in the courtyard in the morning. He made a big show of doing so without a shirt on, and showing off all of his muscles.
Has he ever seen battle?
Yeah, good chat.
To my knowledge.
I'm not sure. I don't think there's been a reason to historically yet.
For him.
He's not old enough to have fought in Robert's Rebellion and stuff, so and I'm not. I don't know. He might have fought against um, the Greyjoy Rebellion, though. Um, so he might
Are
have.
they always having one?
Let's say that he was a squire during this recent Greyjoy Rebellion. So he probably fought. Uh, wasn't a full-on knight and that sort of thing, but yeah.
I was hoping to have that up on him.
Um, so he wasn't like a noted commander or anything like that. He was just a squire, but squires get in the thick of it
Yes,
pretty
they
often.
do.
So, anyways, Sir Godry Faring, and these two again are fairly matched in size. That Baratheon blood and that Crakehall mass might be more famous than House Faring in general. Um, but Sir Godry's a pretty big dude for somebody that isn't a Baratheon or a Crakehall, right? Like he is notably large, but not notably large from a traditionally large bloodline. Is that distinction making sense?
Yeah.
I guess. So they square off, and let's see how it goes. All right, on the first pass, it looks like the day's exertions may be giving Godry Faring a bit of an advantage as the Strongboar twists in the saddle from the impact of Sir Godry's lance. He still lands a solid blow. Both lances break, but it looks like Sir Godry's off to an early lead. The second pass is absolute evenly matched. Both men land solid shots. Both men kind of grunt and shudder under the impact, but both men keep the saddle equally well. In the third pass, Sir Godry once again hammers the Strongboar and clearly gets the better of him in that third crossing of paths. And again, the Strongboar is landing shots, and they're both swinging for the fences with all of these. They're once again like leaning into it, focused on attack instead of defense. But it feels like Sir Godry is winning those coin tosses when they clash. On the fourth pass, it's once again evenly matched. Broken lances, grunts of impact, but no clear advantage to either side.
I hope Strongboard can keep this up all day.
On the fifth pass, once again, splintered lances and exerting horses and crackling thunder of impact, but neither man gets an advantage on pass number 5. On the 6th, once again, Sir Godry gets the better of him. Not hugely. Again, the Strongboar isn't twisted all out of sync in the saddle melodramatically, right? But you can tell that he's taking more of these hits than Sir Godry is. And
What are we supposed to do after 7 on this one?
Kill
I
everyone
put
and
to
run away.
Adam.
Yeah, poison everybody and run away. It's a good idea.
We moved to dragon peppers after this one.
Yeah, Dragon Pepper Challenge.
So everybody knows that I'm out of ideas.
Yeah, I need to think of a serious response. Well, at that point, it may come down to who performed most artfully, and
So judges.
yes,
Okay.
it very well come to that if we don't want to be here all day.
Right.
No, from judge.
You hear a matter-of-fact voice from
Stannis.
on the viewers' pavilion.
You could
With
have on foot again if you wanted.
you hear this matter-of-fact, paternal deep voice as Stennis says, "If the judges call it, I will recuse myself, as is meet." Because Sir Godry's his sworn man.
Yeah,
Right.
understood.
And you're, yeah, of course, my lord.
And the seventh pass is once again 3-on-3, even split. So it looks like about half the time, Sir Godry was pretty cleanly taking advantage of the strongboard's exhaustion from having already fought today and getting the better on him. So about half the passes were uncannily even, and on half of them, Sir Godry Faring was pretty clearly pulling ahead. So
Okay.
both men stop at the end of their lanes on the seventh pass, and the strong boar is uh, I don't want to say he's not slouching in the saddle, but he's also not like overtly celebrating. He has the look of someone that's like, "Hey, I went 7 fucking passes. Like I'm willing to call that a win, just that I did not fall or concede." So he's got this kind of resigned but also proud look on his face as he pulls his helmet off to wait to see Sir Godry pulls his helmet off and sits perfectly upright, tucks his helmet under his shield arm, and is clearly waiting to be called the victor. Right? Like broad shoulders up, chin up just a little, so he's looking down on everyone, and this bit of a smirk on his handsome,
No,
you know.
you have to do so well.
Yeah, it's
So
like, oh, damn it. Why couldn't he be nice and humble? That would make it easier. Also, I bet on Great Call, so like, but I, but Adam can definitely see that Godry Faring like had the cleaner hits, so on technical points, so to speak, it did better. But meh.
Clearly, we have amassed such talent on our tourney fields this week that the gods keep handing off to us. Because in this time, we will we will decide by judge, keeping in our doing it differently every time theme.
Well, I mean, not that we have to do that, but okay.
Yeah, well,
It's
we're
fair.
doing it.
Let's hope there isn't another now.
Lord Stannis has honorably removed himself from the panel due to Sir Godfrey being his sworn man. I nod at him. How many does that leave?
not,
It
not
leaves
bad.
me, Adam,
It's
Lady Iris.
that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I think that's just. I think it's the three of us, which means that there can't be a tie. So that's actually kind of handy.
I find for Sir Godfrey in this particular contest.
As do I, though. Uh, well struck on both sides. Sir Godry just had the very slight advantage of it.
And Lady Iris gives a smile to the crowd and says, "Though I am no Valena Toland, even I can see that Sir Godry got the better of the Strongboar in this match." And yeah, the crowd cheers. Godry Faring does his own high stepping walk past the crowd, kind of victory lap thing. And the Strongboar just nods matter of factly, like he knew that was going to happen. Um, but, after, uh, jousting half the fucking morning, and then
Yeah.
jousting to a brawl with Renly Baratheon, he held for 7 lances, so he looks just fine with
Right.
losing
Like I
again.
said, it's such a fantastic breadth of talent that we have been treated to observe today. The valor on the field has been unimaginable, just stellar. I don't think that's a word they'd use, but whatever. Uh,
It's fine.
Exceptional.
exceptional. Yes, there we go. And I will wave over a page or whatever. I don't think that was a totally different campaign, but page boy.
Well, pages are a thing in this. It's the stage before you become a squire.
Yeah. Uh, I would like a flagon of one of our best vintages sent to Sir the Strongboard.
Yes, milady. And off he runs.
With our compliments.
He's like, this is for me personally.
Spit in it.
She's complimenting me.
Yeah, and the Strongboy makes his way. Like, he doesn't go get cleaned off. He still hasn't. He's like, fuck it, whatever. Squire will do it. And so he just heads back over to the Westerland Bros. And like the Brax brothers are slapping him, on the shoulder. And his little brother Merlin looks like he's giving him some shit. Like, do you want me to go beat that guy up for you? Right? Like, type of stuff. Like it's okay, Lyle. I'll do this for you, right? Like they look like they're just bantering and good naturedly, and yeah, nobody seems to be ashamed on his behalf, right? Like he had a pretty good, he had a big day.
They did.
Yeah, so,
Did.
all right.
He run all the rides. He was a big boy.
Yeah, good. He did so good.
Now he's a little worn out.
Boy,
Wow.
he's a good boy.
Yeah, I dare somebody to use that tone with him.
You know, 7 or 8 people might be brave enough to do it if they're all together.
Next up, the challenge comes to the Lady Velena Toland from a Riverlander, Sir Lucas Blackwood, who you may recall is your once bastard ward. It's his brother. It's technically his half brother, and he is his Lord Titus's second son. So not the heir, but his second trueborn son. Is who is here, and then also Edmund Blackwood, the 4th son. So 5th if you're counting Vannon, right? Like his 4th trueborn son. He's here squiring for a couple of the Riverlander knights, kind of in aggregate. So yeah, Sir Lucas Blackwood makes his way, and again, a couple of the Riverlander knights are kind of egging him on, and clearly like getting nextsies, right? They're putting their quarters on the arcade machine behind him, type of thing. But it looks like he kind of, pulled some sort of rank on Sir Donald, and he is going first, and he challenges the Lady Velena Toland.
All right, then.
And it says, I'm sure I have the maiden on my side, as I think you cannot wed the Lady Iris. Let us hope I also have the warrior. And he just kind of says it with good cheer. And he's a horny 17-year-old, from what you can tell. Like he's definitely young. He's 17, 18 years old. He's a second son, so he's probably looking to move down here if he wins. Right, like he's one of the young bachelor knights that are definitely here looking for a bride.
Well, we have one. If you can win it.
While he does
You can
this, to
win.
see how he comports himself.
So the Lady Velena stands and salutes him with her wine and downs it, and she's actually got about 2 inches on him. She's pretty big, and he's not exceptionally so. He's got stubble that isn't quite a beard. You're not sure if it's from lack of trying or if he's just trying to look stubbled instead of bearded. But yeah, he's got the white tree on a black field and the ravens and the whole thing. More brown in his hair than Sir Vannon had. and off we go. So, Lucas Blackwood lines up against Valena Toland and her gold and green dragon. And all right, first pass, quite even. Both of them in kind of a neutral stance, just doing everything by the book, testing out their opponent, clean shots, broken lances. Second pass, more of the same. The Lady Valena gets a little bit of an advantage over him, not like a huge dramatic pinwheeling his arms to keep from falling, but she does land a little bit more solid hit on the second pass and accept her hit a little bit more cleanly.
Um,
On the third, they are once again both pretty evenly matched in just a solid neutral break type of stance. Neither one wants to fall. And on the fourth pass, not wanting to fall does not matter. As Sir Lucas Blackwood lands a rock solid hit on the shield of the Lady Valena, and she clings to her saddle for about 3 gallops and then falls from it. And it's not like a hugely lopsided thing, because that time he is desperately reeling in his saddle, but he manages to hang on, and she doesn't. So the champion ribbon of House Nymerian is now in the hands of Sir Lucas Blackwood, the Riverlander.
applause, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he is every inch the chivalrous knight. The Riverlands aren't exactly known for it like the Reach, but they're just kind of good all around heart of Westeros types. So they maybe haven't quite refined the courtly arts the way your average Tyrell, but they tend to be pretty okay people. So Sir Lucas takes the seat, and you can see that Robert Frey is cheering. And then as the Lady Valena is leaving the field, he's like, "Sorry, my lady," and then he's like, "River run," and just cheering because a Riverlander seems to be the thing. It's not any sort of,
Such a sweet boy.
clearly not a personal grudge against the Lady Valena, but he's finally getting to watch a little bit more Riverlander action. They've been pretty quiet most of the week because there's only a handful of them here. And sure enough, up next is another Riverlander, Sir Donald Hay. He is a good bit older than Sir Lucas. He looks to be about 30, and he's pretty known for attorney night. And he's got straw blonde hair that's the color of hay, which is just what you expect from somebody whose last name is Hay, even though they spell it Haigh. But that's their thing. Pitchfork and gold and all that is their sigil and theme and all. And he's got this straw yellow hair. And he makes his way to challenge Sir Albar Royce. And it's just kind of night on night. Neither of these two are dramatically different in overall mass. You think that in a brawl, Sir Albar might take him. He's a little bit more broad-shouldered. But Sir Donald is reputed to have a little bit more refined technique. He's a little bit more of a known attorney knight, which could also be because he's like 10 years older than Albar. So in 10 years, who knows? Maybe Albar will have a rep as attorney knight. But it looks like it's a little bit going to be a test of technique against brawn. And as they start off, on the very first pass, Sir Albar Royce gets beamed from the saddle.
Nice.
The tip of the lance catches on his shield and then glances upwards and smashes him in the helmet. And he doesn't get a face full of splinters. He gets to his feet pretty quickly after the landing, but it's just it's a hard hit right? That's the sort of thing that knocks anybody from the saddle. So he does break his lance. It was not like a critical fumble type of pass, but he stands up and is reeling a little bit. He's unsteady on his feet, but is on his feet um,
Okay.
as Sir Donald Hay just kind of trounces him um, with a pretty hard shot. Sir Donald doesn't gloat over his opponent, and he appears from his body language. You guys can't hear because everyone's cheering and stuff. He appears to look a bit apologetic in a, I was not aiming for your face, sir, type of tone, as the two of them are talking for a second in the middle of the field, and Sir Albar waves it away and shakes his head, and you can see Sir Albar pointing to his armor a little bit, like, no, like it hit the shield, it was a fair shot, like they seem to be bearing no ill will, despite the one-sided contest. Um, but yeah, Sir Donald Hay seizes the ribbon, or the champion seat that was once Luke Harris's.
Look at him coming out of nowhere.
So Sir Donald Hay doing pretty well. Um, and I'm going to say that this could be the last match. The sun is getting low enough and is starting to like touch the horizon that you could say this is sundown. Is where we're at. Like again, it's not the most precise timing system that we're looking at. Oh, what's up, Erica?
Uh, could you mention who the 5 current champions are so that
Yes.
might play into Raina's decision?
Right now you have Sir Lucas Blackwood, who is 17 or 18 years old, the second son of Lord Tydos Blackwood, one of the most preeminent houses in the Riverlands. Sir Donald Hay, who is in his early 30s, tops, like 30 or early 30s, also single, and from a fine Riverlander house. Sir Oris the Aurochs, a lad of about 20, uh, single, knighted by the king, a fine match for any young woman that's not terribly concerned with blood pedigree, but great reputation. So Ash is like, shut up, stop complimenting him.
No, I'm just more
it's-
like I thought he was 18. So he's aged up very quickly in the last 6 months.
I think I've always had him in the about 20, but I'll double check later. But still young. He's not like a creepy 45-year-old or whatever. Sir Godry Faring, who is an undeniably attractive fellow, known to be one of the preeminent knights of the Crownlands, good-looking, burly, and from a fine house. And Sir Justin Massey, another Crownlander. So right now you've got 2 Riverlanders, a bastard, and 2 Crownlanders, which is not very symptomatic of the demographics of the tourney.
Right.
But they were both groups that were kind of blitzing here in the last day.
Yeah. And it's
so-
it's not as prestigious a lineup as it was like before. Excuse me, before people stopped for lunch.
Yeah.
But it's still very respectable. Basically,
All right, well,
like all
You know,
nights of
around.
good-
and see, is anyone else look like they're raring to go, prepping?
It does. More of the knights and lords than not are like dressed up to go today. And you get the feeling a few of them are, like you had the group of Vale Knights that were all like they kind of lined up together and grouped up, and then the Cranlanders were like, it looks like we're out of those groups, and now a lot of these knights are like that are feeling it. They're still like they're looking for seconds and a little bit more slapdash order. But yeah, it looks like there's still a fair number of young men that would like to give it a go. I just thought I'd mention that this was kind of the first time that you could look over and go, oh, the sun's touching the horizon. That makes it sundown, right? So I just want to let you know the option is there.
So let us go at least one more. Just
And you don't have to speak up and say anything.
okay.
It's just you could speak up and declare it over. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like this is the earliest you could get away with saying so. Um, but there's yeah, good
I,
good
I
little bit.
I don't know, man. It feels weird not having like I said. There's. It just feels strange not having a Failman in there, or yeah, it's just weird. Okay, sorry.
All right. So if you don't put a stop to it, it will continue. Uh, next up is Lord Bryce Karen, who looks to be trying to reclaim a champion seat, perhaps not his. He was, for him to take back the seat that he held for a while, would be to challenge Sir Donald Hay, who just won. And that's kind of shitty. So he doesn't. He goes after Sir Lucas, or no, Sir Lucas Blackwood was the fight just before that. Let's have him go after Justin Massey. Um, it's been a few rounds since his fight. So he'll challenge Sir Justin Massey, who is nominally representing House Drinkwater. Uh, Lord Bryce Karen. Long brown hair, clean shaven, black songbirds on a golden field, a tourney knight from the Stormlands of some repute. Squares off with Justin Massey, which, for the record, is one Baratheon's sworn man against another Baratheon's sworn man. So the brothers may be a bit invested in this one. A little bit of a war by proxy, perhaps. First pass is good, clean fun. There's no mistaking the technical proficiency of Bryce Karen or Sir Justin Massey, who, by the way, was squire to King Robert once upon a time. So he's he's between all the Baratheon boys right now. Second pass, that one managed to land crooked. Sir Justin Massey lands a more solid shot than Bryce Karen and pulls ahead. On the third pass, though, Bryce Karen adjusts to his opponent's stance and knocks the Crownlander from the saddle. So Lord Bryce Karen comes out ahead. Sir Justin rises with a smile, hauling his helmet off as he gets to his feet, and flashes a sunny smile like, as a champion while it lasted. And, seems to be good-natured about the loss. Stannis doesn't have a tantrum or anything like that. Renly and the Stormland contingent cheer for their man. And then, unless you put a stop to it...
Oh, one more. It's fine.
Garth Greysteel steps up. And you notice now that it looks like the Stormlanders and Reach Knights plan on alternating. Because you can tell that the knot of Stormlanders that were celebrating Bryce Karen's victory, and, cheering when Renly toasts his sworn man and all, they all quickly, turn. And then Greysteel hurries up towards the shield. So it looks like instead of blitzing, those two largest contingents have decided to kind of alternate going into the potentially overtime. So Garth Greysteel makes his way up and challenges Sir Lucas Blackwood. The Greysteel has, by all accounts, he's got age and he's got size on Sir Lucas, and the Greysteel might be looking for a wife after, who knows? Yeah. So those two square off.
Maybe she'll like him.
Sir Lucas actually gets the better of his opponent in the
Yay!
first pass. Garth looks like maybe he just kind of underestimated his opponent. He was riding very aggressively and high in the saddle. And Lucas almost slips his lance entirely. It just barely catches on the Blackwood shield and breaks. But he then sends the Grey Steel twisting in the saddle from a solid shot. On the second pass, the taller man retaliates and basically just beats Blackwood back with the same level of difference, landing a much more solid shot from a much more braced position, respectful of his opponent. And then on the third pass, he sends Sir Lucas tumbling from the saddle.
Well, that sucked.
So Garth Hightower of the Reach is now in the first champion's seat. Back to a Stormlander. One second. Richard Horp, who just fought and lost to Sir Justin Massey, steps up and challenges Sir Godry Faring. And these are two guys where Faring has a bit of size, Horp has a bit more reputation. And Horp seems kind of determined to avenge himself on the Crown Lands, is the vibe you get. He doesn't seem to consider anyone else to challenge. He just immediately goes for Faring. And he's not overtly emotional about it. It's not a yell, screaming challenge thing, but
This will be the last one.
we shall see. Okay. All right, first pass.
Elia rocks up again.
Leaps out of nowhere, does like a slow motion 300 jump, leaping out of first pass. Broken lances, solid shots. Both guys look good. Second pass, more of the same. And Sir Godry still has this just look of expecting to win on his face, where Justin Massey just has a, this is just my job, I'm gonna beat you. Horp. No T, just Horp. H-O-R-P. Third pass, once again, both solid shots, both knights are stable in the saddle. Fourth pass, the crowd is going nuts. It's looking like another epic match is in the making as bits of lance go flying, and both men are solid in their stirrups. And then, on the fifth pass, Godry Faring holds, and Richard Horp gets knocked from the saddle. He almost makes it to the end of the lane. It's a close thing, but in the end, Richard Horp isn't quite able to keep his seat, and he tumbles from the saddle near the end of the row. Do you want another recap? Or
Yes, please.
okay, you've got Garth Hightower, the Grey Steel from Old Town, very rich, wealthy, prominent house in the Reach. Sir Donald Hay, who looks very nervous right now, looking at the lineup of Stormlander and Reach Knights that look like they're eager to go next. Sir Oris Waters, who just seems to be enjoying the free wine without a lot of concern on his face. Sir Godry Faring, fresh off a victory against Richard Horp, and Lord Bryce Caron of the Stormlands, a slender knight known for gallantry, chivalry, and tourney skills.
Oh, okay. The shadows have reached the point where this can be called sundown. Those knights who have not to be able to challenge should have started earlier in the day.
Yeah, and you get a bit of laughter from everyone. And
Okay.
everyone that you see kind of jockeying for position, they're guys that have already jousted today. Like, it looks like everybody got to take at least their one swing, right? So there's some disappointment, but nobody's flipping over cop cars and shit. So you're good.
Uh, so our champions, may rise, please, and accept the accolades of everyone here. Anyway,
And they get a fair amount of acclaim throughout, and you occasionally get an enthusiastic cry of one name or another. There's a gray steel, and hey, and that sort of thing. As a couple of them get singled out
Hey,
by
it's
some
a
of the
bad chant.
um, uh, and
glance at Lady Iris and see, is she speculative? Does she appear disappointed? Does she...
um, she is pretty clearly uh, like visibly eyeing up Hightower, Fair, and Karen right now as potential. Remember, Bryce Karen's an actual lord. He's the Lord of Night Song, one of the prominent houses in the Stormlands. Faring is uh, just a knight from House Faring. I don't have uh, like out of character in the notes. There's nothing official about his relationship to to the Lord.
Just look it up
So
now.
I don't know if he's an heir or anything, but there's nothing in there. So we're gonna assume
I,
he's not. Oh,
I, I have some information that he's the cousin of Sir Gilbert Faring, who's the commander of the Storm's End garrison.
right,
So
but
he's like a cousin. He's like a cousin of like the what ostensibly I think is the head of the house.
we don't know if Gilbert Faring is the Lord of House Faring or not,
That's true. He
because
doesn't
he's
have Lord on there, so
yeah
yeah, probably
he's just
not.
a Sir also. It's like we don't know which is the distant cousin and which isn't, and yeah. So, but Faring is a good-looking guy, and he's known to be one of the chief men of the Master of Ships, Lord of Dragonstone, etc., etc. So it's a
Which are
pretty prominent thing. Um,
prestigious.
yeah, but then of course Garth Greysteel, um, who is the second son of Leighton Hightower, so he's not the heir to the house, but like that's House Hightower, one of the most powerful noble houses in Westeros. Um, so like that's not bad, but you get the feeling it's probably Bryce Karen that's in the lead right now. He's also a very attractive young man, and a prominent Stormlander Marcher Lord down here, one of the houses that stands against Dornish invasions and stuff. So it's a very prominent Stormlands house. So yeah, that's Oris probably has nothing to be worried about if he's afraid of getting married off. Odds are good.
Also kind of scary compared to them.
Um, Odds are good.
He's a big
So,
teddy bear.
Right. Yeah, we'll tell that to the guys.
Oh,
so
please don't.
He decimated like Footman all by himself, like a whole section
Yeah,
of the field
100.
of battle.
it's,
I was not talking about his martial prowess. I was talking about his personality.
Uh, okay.
He may be a big meaty oak tree, but
so we will jump cut from the cheering crowd waving on the victors to a bellowing roar from Lyle Crakehall, the strong boar, who is lifting a flagon for something or another at the dinner that night. So post feast, everyone's chilling. There's music, relaxation, drink aplenty, and we'll jump cut from cheering crowd to cheering party folk at dinner that night. And I'm gonna hand it off to PCs. So what do you guys want to be doing? I know you've been reacting most of this episode instead of doing, and that's over. So what we've got, in the air are lots of people that have been appraising one another as they, warm up in the morning and now as they've jousted. And you can see that there's some shuffling going on for positions in melee teams. But we're gonna, that seems to be the topic, the hot topic of discussion, is congratulating the champions and people like approaching various folk, champion, and other for melee spots.
Okay. Question before we get all into this is Lady Elena attending? Is grandfather attending?
Lady Olena is nowhere to be seen. She doesn't want to be in some smoky, musty hall full of sweaty boys. So she is not there eating. But Grandfather Makar thought it appropriate for him to attend the feast after the jousting finals. So he is down there at dinner. Um, he doesn't seem to be building a melee team around himself, but he is sitting there and you know attending the feast and listening.
Like, I
Just
was
wanted to
just
make
like,
sure.
my first thought was like relief there, but then I also thought like actually, I mean, like in a way, if something happened to him, that would get Adam out of an awkward conversation.
Hey,
He's
I
like,
felt bad for
wow.
thinking.
I'd be really sad if he had a stroke, but it would mean, yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
Well,
it would mean that only Elena would be angry with me.
maybe your conversation will cause that stroke if
yeah.
you
Oh
get out of
no!
it halfway
Oh,
through.
no! I don't want that.
Yeah,
Please don't put that on me. Please
Sorry.
don't put that on me.
Yeah, that's too much pressure. I would have to declare like half murder again.
Half murder by words, half murder by um,
So
physical
tell me, Misha,
activities with.
he was half murdered by our words, right? No, this is an open shut case. He was fully murdered by them.
Oh no, no. Uh, well, right now we'll take time to go around and congratulate every single current champion.
Yeah, Bela as well.
Yeah.
All right. Lord Bryce Karen has been sucked into the gravity well of Lord Renly and is seated right next to him at dinner and post-dinner celebrations. Um, uh, so Bryce Karen's right there with Renly, who is currently leading a marcher song. Um, one of the few that doesn't talk about like Dornishmen and goats. Like this is one, it's a generic marching off to war, not a haha fuck the Dornish type. So they had to pick, they had to,
Fuck the oranges is in the parentheses in this
yeah,
title.
like that's just the, uh,
Marching off the war parentheses fuck the Dornish. But it's not the
but
main title.
but yeah, Bryce Karen is clearly in kind of the heart of the Stormlander contingent, um, and right there next to Rodri Renly. I can speak, I promise. Let's see who else. Donald Hay, for his part, is in a similar spot with the Riverlander contingents. Lord Lyman Goodbrook is there, and he seems to just keep on getting his glass refilled by the Riverlanders around him, um, and he looks a little embarrassed by all of it. Um, Not quite to like an awkwardly adorable point, but looks like he's not used to being a tourney champion so much as he's used to placing very well and performing. Like he's used to making it into the playoffs, not winning the Super Bowl. I guess
This is
you know
like
what I mean.
all town fairs.
Yeah, different kind of vibe there. Um, let's see. Faring is absolutely right next to Lord Stannis. Stannis is sitting up at the like family table speaking with grandfather, but at the feast table closest to that, the Crownlanders seem to have seized a spot towards the front there, a spot of some renown, and Justin Massey and Godfrey Faring seem to be in a drinking contest. Lyle Craycall's over there trying to beat them, and Obara Sand is matching them cup for cup. So that's his celebrating. And Oris is just kind of sitting off by himself, eating and drinking and enjoying the feast, and politely grunting an acknowledgement of everyone's congratulations. But he's not festive in the middle of the group. He's just kind of picking at the fringes. All right, and that's the champions accounted for, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay, that's all 5 champions, and their vague whereabouts.
Start with.
Babe, you're getting cut off real bad.
We'll start with. We'll start with the Greysteel, right?
Garth Hightower.
Yeah.
Because he's with Stannis, and I want to get that one done.
No, that's Godfrey Faring that's close to Stannis.
Oh, Godfrey Faring. Right.
Starting with him then?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, again, Stannis is at a separate table. He's just like clearly sitting near his patron. So yes, that's the drinking contest. Godfrey Faring, Justin Massey, Obara Sand, and the Strong Boar are all matching each other flagon for flagon.
Yeah, that's not going to end badly at all.
Ooh,
Brian Faring, his cousin, is desperately trying to pour fast enough to not get yelled at.
I don't think that's possible in this group.
Yeah.
I feel like poor Brian Faring must be in a constant state of anxiety being Stannis' squire.
And what's happening is they're all downing a flagon, and then they slam them down and shove them together in the middle of the table. And as they like clack together, and they give shit to whoever was the 4th person to complete the formation, then Brian hurriedly pours a pitcher around all 4, and then they down it. So they're only getting about a half flagon each. It's also kind of fucking messy, but then they just gulp it down, and then they're racing to see who's the first to like slap it to the table and put it in the middle. That's what's going on right there.
Go to
He's
random.
got his shirts lost
Bring her to the
and
table.
furniture and wall-to-wall vomiting.
So not gonna interrupt that.
Yeah, I'm going to wait on that one. 'Cause
Okay, perfectly reasonable.
It could be like this scene from Indiana Jones, where your grandfather owns a vineyard. Technically, you.
That's more Bela. Bela can outdrink any of them.
Maybe.
I like how Bill's like,
Some
what,
of
you're
them
volunteering?
are.
Just like,
Quite
what do you
large.
volunteer me for, sis? Well,
That
then we
seems
will.
like- that seems like the kind of jolly jeep that Rhaena and Bela might play on each other.
So yeah, Greysteel. So I guess I didn't
Steel.
list it. He is holding court, surrounded by Fossaways for the most part. The 3 Fossaway brothers, Tanton, Brian, and Edward, are all with him, congratulating him and swearing that tomorrow we'll all be champions. And they are joined by Sir Derek Fossaway, the Strong Cider, your master at arms at Wyvern's Rest,
Right.
who is drinking with moderation compared to them. And yeah, it looks like he's been sucked into that orbit and is trying to kind of moderate their drinking. Like, we won't all be champions if your heads are split open before the fighting even starts. So let's switch to weak wine. So he's trying to be the elder voice of reason, which never works. So yeah, the Reachmen at least that assortment of them, seem to be pretty bonded together, and are alternately, uh, congratulating Garth and swearing that the 5 of them will win in the melee tomorrow.
Oh, here we go. So a team has been formed as I enter the conversation. Is
Uh,
Bela with me?
Yeah.
Okay. As we enter the conversation.
Sir Derek stands. The rest of them toast you, and he looks a little sheepish at, like, not being serious and working and stuff. But you know that it's been a while since he really let his Fossaway love for cider through. So he goes, "Oh, my ladies, aye. Seems like this lot of apples decided to land near mine when we fell from the tree, and the Greystales picked us up. We found him before we could spot John. It looks like they were trying to go for an all Fossaway theme, but then they got, you know,
Wow.
the current Hightower champion instead, and decided that it was close enough. They still had a theme.
I find no fault with this. This is excellent thinking on your part. Um, the Gray Steel. I look right at him. Congratulations on your performance in the tourney, Sir Knight.
Thank you, my lady. My lady. He just gives Bela a kind of, casual, polite greeting. And yeah, just he seems to just to have a good old time. He's champion.
So is Sir John even here, Rusty?
Sir John Fossaway is, like, you remember seeing him eat? It looks like he might have left since then.
Did,
Not
did,
everybody's hanging out, post meal.
did his squire go with him?
Who did I say was his squire this week?
Dick and Tarley.
Let's say Dickon is hanging around.
Okay.
'Cause
I could see him hanging around
Oh.
these guys.
I apologize. Sir John is still here.
Okay.
He, and you have to spot, he's not a very loud or boisterous guy. He is over-sitting with Sir Emin Quee, Sir Parman Crane, and Sir Loris Tyrell. And they are all sitting like on a bench, leaning back against a table, and they're pointing. And you can tell that they're shopping for someone. Like, they're just looking through the crowd, and like one of them will point and then turn to the rest and like, what do we think? But yeah, you can see him over there. But yeah, he's not like a big, loud, boisterous guy. He's not as easy as.
I can see those three are putting together a team right now.
4. It's
Four.
Sir Loris Tyrell, Sir Parman
Forgot
Crane,
about Loris.
Sir Emin Quee, and Sir John Fossaway. So it looks like a foursome of Reach Knights looking for a 5th.
That will be interesting.
Sounds like they're reaching for a 5th.
Yeah.
Low effort, I know.
Very. Where is? Okay, let's see. Well, we'll go see Oris, I guess, unless you want to hang out.
No, we can make the rounds quick.
Yeah, go see Oris.
So yeah, Oris is kind of off at the fringes of the post-feast, continuing to eat and drink and make merry. Not making terribly merry. He's got a plate of ribs, which wasn't for dinner tonight. You think maybe his contacts in the kitchen, and you can tell it was the ribs. What do they call it? Like a crown of ribs, right?
Yeah.
Like where they make the ring of it, and it's like a crown. So you suspect that the Lady Bessa crowned him a champion at some point once everybody was busy feasting. So he's just sitting and eating ribs and drinking wine. Elia Sand is sitting across from him, just chatterboxing. And oh, tomorrow we're gonna kick their butts, and we're gonna kick their butts, and I want you to let me have that one. And she's just like sitting across from him and just pointing here and there and everywhere. Valeda Toland is standing nearby, sipping at some wine and just smiling bemusedly at Elia and her youthful exuberance. But yeah, Elia is like 98% of the talking in that group of 3 people. She is not only doing a third of the talking, she is talking more than her fair share, taking on the burden for the rest of them.
So
We got nothing,
Elia,
Robert. Yeah, Robert, you got nothing. Robert will be right back. His Discord just likes to do this sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird. Can you hear me?
It's usually me having the
Yep.
the trouble with Discord.
Yeah, you are back.
I just want to say that group is exactly where I would be.
Sure. So yeah,
Yeah.
you and Valena are standing there chatting a bit. Elia is chatterboxing and just swearing that you lot are going to take everyone here. Oris is ribs and drinking some wine.
I mean, oh, sorry.
Did you want to also be there?
Yeah, well, I had
Yeah.
I had planned on at least talking to Elia anyway, so if it's convenient,
Yeah, sure.
absolutely.
So your brothers are both also there.
Popular table, which has got to thrill Oris to no end.
yeah, I think also, like Adam's basically like gone like, yeah, she is like doing her thing at him, and then
Now there's-
after the earlier conversation, like there were several layers of discomfort associated with that. Partly just seeing that Oris is uncomfortable with it, but also just being like, get the fuck off my man.
Yeah, and
Don't mind.
she is across the table from him, not like under the
Slap.
table or something.
Oh,
You
no,
know,
I know, I heard you.
yeah, she's not on him again
It's
this
only a
time.
matter of time.
Yeah.
It's my solemn
Well-
duty to break that shit up.
Well, Sir Oris, congratulations on achieving one of the final champion seats in our tourney.
Congratulations, Oris.
He chews and swallows. Thank you, my ladies.
You fought very well and intimidated off quite a few others.
Willie Will always said I would. You lot don't think she's gonna marry me, do you?
You want who? You mean Lady Iris?
Yeah, I mean, if you was her, you wouldn't pick me, would you?
Maybe.
Like,
How do you
Adam's
want
like,
me to
you know me?
answer this?
Well, I think there are some who would consider it if it were possible, but
Awesome.
I think the Karen knight is Bryce. Is that his name?
he's a
Yes.
lord.
Lord Karen is probably top of her list right now.
She did seem to. Her gaze lingered on him a little more than the others, so I think you are probably in clear. But even if she does pick you, there are loopholes. There are things you can do about it. You don't literally have to do it. Like, no one's going to force you to do something you don't want to. So
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't know. Think of all like inner politics have done to her whole life. She may want something simple, marrying a handsome bastard to be able to do it.
you're very invested in this look. I mean, like, that was all you talked about at lunch. What gives?
I think he just likes.
Think it's a good match.
It's possible. I mean, maybe she just wants to get away from here, though, to be honest. And Be a few good
Well,
options.
then a bastard with no strings to tie him down would be also a good choice.
I think that honestly, Oris, I feel like you would be too much of a reminder of her time and spent here and of us in general, Nymerians.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't think she wants to, be more attached to House Nymerian.
So I think you're safe. You can just be happy that you're one of the champions.
And you've
I
made
mean,
some
it's not
good.
like it's not like being a champion doesn't also like come with other stuff.
Yeah, some of those Reach ladies might have noticed you, and well,
Might have?
Couple of lords already talked to me and such.
Are they trying to lure you into their service?
A couple of them offered me a year and a day. Yeah.
Talk to me, please. And allow us to make an offer as well before you choose to leave us.
Yeah, you could swear your sword to Reyna and be here forever with Bessa and Willy Will and us.
Or you could
Yeah.
choose to travel and do tourneys for a while and come back to us.
I I guess.
Just I would want an even consideration in your mind with whatever offers have been put forth to you.
I already told them that you lot got the year and a day first. I ain't counted lately, but I know I ain't been here a year and a day yet.
No, you haven't.
True.
I had a character that's one of the things I've just leaned on as kind of a trial period. I thought like an oath for a year and a day was
Yeah, I mean
fair
that's
enough.
not.
You know,
Yes, that's not unheard of to do that.
it was one
It's
of
a
the
nice
things,
ring to it too.
right? It was like it's one of the ways that they mentioned this sort of thing goes, and I just thought it sounded kind of cool, so
Yeah.
I leaned on it a little more.
Well, whatever you decide, Oris, you are treasured and deserve whatever you choose as for your future.
yeah, and welcome back anytime.
Definitely so. Our doors are always open for you.
He busies himself gnawing on a bone, but you can tell that there's a blush underneath that beard of his.
Yeah, you give him affection. That embarrassed him. Yeah, I think there's a part about him that's just like don't react too much to this. Don't scare him. Don't cling to him and go, please don't leave me.
Don't spook him while he's eating. He'll bite.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Keep your hands, keep all your extremities away from his mouth.
He is a rescue.
So
Yes.
he is a rescue. Uh, Elliot, are you? Uh, has Luke like co-opted you into his team, or are you guys making your own team?
Luke and I got together and decided to find 3 people that wouldn't slow us down.
Can't argue with that.
So you have selected.
Well,
I
I believe
think Luke's saddle did more of the thinking than his helmet, but he insists on bringing this one, and she says it looking at Valena Tolan, who is clearly been barbing with her back and forth all night. And Valena just shrugs yeah, no, probably that was it. And he goes, and then we've got ourselves a champion, Oris. And also, if my sister doesn't drink herself sick over there, she will be allowed to fight with us as our 5th.
If we're generous.
that's a formidable team.
It's
Well,
never too
yes, it
early.
is.
Never too early to place a sizable wager on us.
Oh, I know who I'll be betting on. Don't worry.
Considering taking the field, but frankly, the whole idea of fighting against Oris really makes me reconsider that idea.
It really
You
is.
don't have to fight Horus. You can fight me.
Yes, we're politely not going to acknowledge that we just basically said our brother is not as good.
Said that. Said that about himself. I don't. I don't want to fight you either. I just. I don't
Uh,
know.
Oris gives a shrug. He goes, "Well, I mean, you ain't get killed by Robert's hammer."
It's true.
It's true.
Well, I mean, the three of you fought him to a standstill, so.
Well, yes, it wasn't really us. It was more him.
Taylor was getting in some. She was getting in a couple tags, as I
Yeah,
recall.
Yes, yes,
Did
Uh,
we did all right, but
yeah, we did a
whew,
little bit.
I was
I'm-
being nice. So anyway,
We helped.
we helped. I took at least one hit of that hammer for you.
Yeah,
yeah, well, I
we-
mean, you were quite noticeably smashed up at the end of that.
we applied some damage so that Oris's attacks would apply injuries, and eventually almost a wound.
I kept the breastplate. I didn't have him hammer it out because wow.
the
We have, like,
reminder.
we have like 2 bits of his armor because we've got his helmet as well.
It's proof that it happened and you didn't die in there.
And I didn't die.
So,
Proof that I'm tough.
you should wear it to the melee.
Elia excitedly climbs like half onto the table, and she goes, "Speaking of Baratheons, Renly wanted to recruit Oris now that he's a champion, and Oris said no because he's already on a team. So maybe he has room for one of you."
Well,
Interesting.
quite possibly, yeah. That's a. Also,
Hell, I might switch teams.
yeah, I was gonna say you just switching teams now.
Nah, no, I like what I got.
Blame me. You have a recipe for victory here. Okay. Look around again. Let me guess. Barrack is wherever Renly is.
Sort of.
You sound
Uh,
quite
the-
like angry about that.
In the tables that have traditionally been populated by Stormlanders, you see a lot of Stormlanders. But you see Lord Renly on one end of the table and Lord Barrack on the other end of the table. And they are once again grouped up with a handful of folks, and they're clearly eyeballing the room, looking for who still appears to be unaffiliated. Which group would you like a description of first?
Let's see what Barrack, honestly. He Barrack.
Okay. Lord Barrack Dondarrion is being assisted by his squire Edric, who keeps having to straight up yell to be heard, over the boisterous Red Ronnet Connington, and not over the quiet and faintly sinister Sir Richard Horp.
Red Ronnet and Barrack.
And Edric Dane,
Day.
Lord of Starfall.
He's a squire, but he is the Lord of Starfall, and he has fought in a battle, so he can take. So he counts as part of their team.
That's
I don't think he's going to be sitting this out. Right? Is that what you're telling me?
that's the vibe you've got.
Okay. Who has Renly
So
got?
in the gravity well of Lord Renly Baratheon is Lord Bryce Caron, who is graciously smiling to people that are congratulating him, etc., etc. Lady Brienne of Tarth, who is pointedly glaring down at the other team, like, how dare you rise up against your lord, right? Like she's clearly taking this pretty seriously. So you've got Renly, Bryce Caron, Brienne of Tarth, and Sir Balin Swan, who is leaning in close to his lord and seems to be advising him while Bryce Karen's kind of busy taking congratulations and stuff. So Renly, Balin Swan, Bryce Karen, and Brienne of Tarth.
Well, we do need to go and congratulate
Bryce.
I
Bryce.
really fucked this up,
Lord
guys. I
Karen.
should have
I
put
like that
those
team.
3 on Beric Dondarrion's team, and they could all be bees.
Right?
Beric, Balin, Bryce, and Brienne, and
That
then
would be a
Balin,
B team.
presumably Balin.
Oh,
Like,
boy.
yeah, they could have, and then they're the B team. Like, it's a whole fucking
Oh, wow.
spin-off series ready to
You
go.
screwed it up.
Fuck.
B movie.
Drop the ball.
Yeah. So it's Renly with Balin, Bryce, and Brienne.
All right, well, let's go to Renly first.
All right. Are the brothers also leaving with the twins, or are you staying here and fawning over Oris as he eats?
No, I have business with Elia.
I'll be staying here.
You want
Elia
to do your
is
business with
yeah.
Elia?
Elia is staying here and fawning over Oris as he eats, so you know where to find her.
Yeah, I'm about to try and do something.
Are you gonna fight a bitch? Like Adam just walks up, pulls her hair, and starts punching.
Probably not, because she'd probably beat me, and Adam is not really into picking fights he can't win.
Fair.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to do your thing now?
It'll only take a minute.
Okay.
But
Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you guys are.
yeah, so I heard something that might be of interest to you, Elia. That I hear that Lord Edric Dane is somewhat taken with you.
Squire? The Lord of
The
Starfall.
Lord of Starfall, who is incidentally also a squire. I just thought you might like to know that.
Especially before tomorrow's melee. Thank you, cousin. And she's like narrowing her eyes predatorily and staring across the room.
I'm just gonna make two things clear.
Like she's gonna try and seduce him in the middle of the fight.
Listen, don't.
Like,
It's our way.
But cousin, if you choose to act on this information, you should know that I consider Edric Dane a very good friend. So please don't break him. And if you break his heart, I will drown you.
I want him to break his heart. He's only a boy. She says like all of like 8 months older than him, right? Like she goes, he's only a boy. But
Yeah, but lots of growing potential.
he is comely for his age. Cousin, when you say very good friend, have you seen the length of his lance?
Oh my god!
I mean, that's a question I out of character do not have the answer for. Like, certainly not in a romantic context.
Yeah.
But you mean
Like
probably
not. Like yeah. Like you guys have probably like pissed on some cactus together on campaign or something, but like you
Yeah.
probably weren't like looking, right? You
yeah,
know, like
wasn't paying attention. So, but it's fine. Like, I mean, this is something Adam's probably comfortable lying about anyway. Like, not terribly close up, but I can tell you that you would not be disappointed.
so you could make it out from whatever distance or fog of wine you were looking at it through. She's doing her best to sound all worldly and stuff because she's like 8 months older than Edric, right?
I merely wished to convey that that you would not be competing with anyone for his affections. So basically what his subtext there is this, like, this is my subtle way of telling you that he's not my boyfriend, so go ahead, kind of thing. We're not involved.
Yeah, she is looking thoughtfully across the room with the hungry gaze of a predator. Who's now like, not many of my sisters have fucked lords.
Well, there you go. So it
like-
serves the real purpose of, like, Adam is doing Ned a solid that Ned asked him to do, and it's also got the potential of getting her, like, less interested in Norris.
Adam, what,
It's
are
not
you?
really okay, but sometimes Adam's not really okay.
Adam, what are you doing to my team right now?
Just to- tosses
Why are
Ned.
you over here?
Why are
Tosses-
you over?
Why do you hate love, Luke?
Who sent you to sabotage my team?
I'm not sabotaging your team. I am merely doing my friend a kindness because he shyly expressed an interest, and I said that I would, you know, pass on the message.
So
It's not.
he's
Look,
paying
look,
you to sabotage my team.
look. I think it's quite bold of you to assume that things that I do have anything to do with your team.
Valena gives Luke a playful nudge because Ned's a good lad. He wouldn't pay anyone to sabotage things.
Exactly.
Well, if my brother gives it up for free, he'll have no need to pay.
And, well, I mean, besides, if there was a price for sabotaging, I doubt anyone could afford me.
Very well. Continue to sabotage my team. I will continue to drink.
7 hells, Luke.
Valena makes a big show of bending low over the table, like she's still standing, but she like 90-degree arc, butt in the air, goes on the table, and she's like, she's all, Adam, who sent you to distract me? And then like turns and looks over at the hall full of man meat, just to see like,
I am astounded that my motivations are being called into question. I am merely being a good neighbor.
you didn't find me a lord at all, did you? And she stands up and crosses her arms in mock pouts.
Oh, I see. That was terribly
Can't
remiss of me.
believe you did that to her, Adam.
I am deeply sorry, my lady. I was mistakenly under the impression that you were already interested in someone.
A girl can be interested in more than one night at a time.
Oh, believe me, I know it. But I was not aware that you were looking for additional ones.
This little slip of a bastard girl gets the Lord of Starfall, and I have to settle for the thirdborn of Wyvern's Rest.
I mean,
That's not a very fair trade.
I confess this was not my choosing. I'm purely the messenger. I did not orchestrate any of this. If you wish me to find you a dashing lord, I can get to work.
No, she can settle. You heard her.
I mean, I heard her and she's saying that she's not settling, so...
Oh.
Is there a particular one that interests you?
Uh,
See,
she,
I'm generally, I seem quite non-threatening, so people tend to open up to me.
she turns to Luke and she goes, Last I heard, we were still waiting on a raven. A girl needs options in case my mother says no.
This is true.
Understandable. You have
And
to
of
ask
course-
how slow is your house's ravens, because
Of course, Lady Toland has not met my brother, and so does not know anything about his natural charm, and might make a judgment without that information.
I'm sure I discuss all the time in Ghost Hill. The bards singing me, I'm sure.
So the odds of a successful betrothal are higher in that way, but no, being Lady of the Stormlands might be rather nice.
It's stormy
Plus-
there.
Then we can open them up for all manner of invasion.
Well, I mean, that seems like an equitable arrangement because I do not require much prompting to speak to the said Lord of the Stormlands.
I suppose for now I can stay in Dorne, but should another knight or lord want you to sabotage our team, I am all for it.
Well, that's good to know. I am heartened by your faith in me, my lady.
It's terribly drafty at Storm's Inn, anyways, I'd imagine.
Oh,
I mean, there are things there are things people can do to keep warm, you know, like
I don't know.
Valena gives a little.
play sci-fis.
We'll just leave the bedchamber windows barred.
a perfect solution.
See this? Yeah, I mean, you're really punching above your weight. Look. Sorry, I meant. Sorry, did I say that? I meant to just think.
I'm sorry, Adam. What are you doing here exactly again?
Oh, am I not allowed to
Well,
sit here?
the team's full. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I suppose my work here is done. I can move on.
Oh, so it was work. You weren't sent here.
I'm merely leaning into your suspicions for comedic effect.
How about this? I will continue to dig down to the bottom of this a very long wine cup I have, and you can do whatever else you're doing here.
Somewhere
I think
else.
Oh my God.
I shall leave you to it then. Yeah. If I do not see you again tonight, I'll have a restful one. And well done, Oris. Really, you were amazing today. You also made me quite a lot of money, so thanks.
He lifts a rib to you in a farewell salute. He is making his way through that crowd.
Yeah. And as is Adam's way, he won't be able to he tries not to touch Oris uninvited, but he will just give him a little pat on the shoulder because that's kind of acceptable.
Snaps at you.
Oh,
He's eating.
He's eating.
please don't bite my fingers off. I need them.
Yeah, he gives you a little friendly wave.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. He's done what he came for. So, yeah, he will move on.
As you're leaving, you can see Elia already trying to factor this into her chatterbox plans with the certainty of winning. She's like, well then, Dundarian's team might as well only have 4. Whoever they get for the 5th, I'll distract Ned, and we should be able to take him out quite easily. And then I can help him with his wounds, nurse him back to health, get him reliant upon me. Yes. Like, she's already, mock planning out a whole whirlwind romance and tourney victory wrapped in one.
Good. I mean, she wasn't high on the list of people that I would point Ned at, but it served a dual purpose.
The final whispers that you hear, it's all stage whispery, as you're drifting away, and Velena Tolan just keeps kind of just giggling and not quite giggling. She's laughing and playing along with Elia, kind of teasingly, and but you hear, goes, perhaps Lord Barrick would even join you.
Wow.
Wasn't there for that, so.
Just as
So,
well. It's Phil.
do you not want a reminder of groups that seem to be looking for recruits?
Oh, we were
are
headed
you still wanting to make
congratulate
round two?
Bryce Karen.
Okay. All right then. So we've got Renly, Balin, Bryce, and Brienne. And they're sitting and kind of idly drinking. And Sir Balin looks to be playing assistant coach. And they're eyeballing other teams, kind of warily and looking for free agents when you lot arrive.
We will saunter up to their gathering. My lords, my lady.
Words.
Lord Renly lifts a goblet of wine. Sir Balin stands up and bows to Bela, and then gives Reyna a nod. My ladies. Bryce Karen turns and lifts his glass. Lady Brienne gives a polite nod.
Lord Karen. Isn't it Lord Karen?
Yes, it would be Lord Karen.
Lord Karen. I want to come and offer our congratulations on being one of our final champions in the tourney this week.
Yeah,
Lady Reyna, they are much appreciated. And thank you for hosting such a fine tourney uh, and letting the wine flow so freely, he says, lifting his glass and taking another sip.
That's one thing we do have a lot of.
Wine? Yeah.
Why? It's been our pleasure to have so many different areas come or regions come and partake in our hospitality. How goes your planning for the melee?
Mhm.
Renly kind of cuts in. We were only just discussing who should be our fifth. It would seem that Sir Balin has someone in mind that's a redoubtable fighter with a reputation at both war and tourneys. He claims that they unseated several Kingsguard knights. I wasn't there to see it, unfortunately. He might be making the whole thing up. And Balin's like, oh, like, you know I'm not. And, you know, he looks mock affronted. Lord Bryce laughs at Renly's banter.
Well, such a fighter sounds quite renowned indeed.
So, what say you, Sandspear? Have you a team yet for the morrow?
I do not, as it happens. I'm teamless.
And he gives a gesture towards the group. Well, we have a mystery knight of some fame, the redoubtable Sir Balin Swan, master of the Morning Star, Lord Bryce Caron, currently a reigning champion at the tourney at Wyvern's Rest, as I hear it. And they are all gracious enough to allow me to join them on the field.
It is quite ingracious of them indeed, my lord. Yes, it will be my pleasure and honor to join you on the field tomorrow. I shall bring my sun spear.
And Lord Renly answers with a Baratheon loud, belly deep, hip hip huzzah! And like all the Stormlanders, just like even the ones on other teams, and other people doing nothing, they're just all like they automatically knee jerk respond to Lord Renly doing a hip hip huzzah type of thing. So nobody knows what they're cheering. They're cheering while they look around to see what's going on. And Sir Balin kind of slides sideways to stand next to you and give you a kind of warm smile and nod, and not quite like a public display of affection, but he's clearly glad that you are here.
Oh.
Oh,
Adorable.
clap him on the shoulder.
Excellent. I had a feeling it would shake out this way.
I suspected as much myself.
And Lord Renly says,
become like one of those couples that do everything together.
Lord Renly says, well, we're lucky that the Nymerian twins wandered this way first. Rumor is that my squire was eyeing at least one of you also. And he does this kind of mock glare across the room where Loras Tyrell is sitting.
What?
That's surprising.
That is very surprising.
Uh,
I mean, I'm not here to comment. That's me out of character.
Surprising.
as you follow his gaze, you see Loras Tyrell kind of holding court with Sir Parman Crane, Sir Emin Quee, and Sir John Fossaway. And they seem to be looking around and doing the same sort of strategery, right? Like this is kind of the fantasy football draft getting down to the closing rounds. That's the vibe that everybody has. So yeah, Sir John Fossaway seems to be kind of taking point and making most of the decisions, as Loras kind of airily agrees.
I know this might be me reading too much into it, but this might be Renly trying to get to make a conciliatory action and try and get like someone from House Nymerian on Loris's team as a kind of like you folks like get along kind of thing.
Right.
You think a Baratheon could be that clever? I don't know.
I think if any of them
Right?
is going to be, it'll be him.
Clever? What the hell?
Yeah, no, I would just say it was an out of character thing, just like a Baratheon being clever.
They sometimes manage.
See if they're happy with this one instead of that one.
Yeah.
Maya Stone is here, by the way.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I had to
I
check my
thought-
list.
I thought she was, but we hadn't heard from her in a while, so
Yeah,
okay.
she's been just kind of here, not hasn't had many opportunities to like do a ton of stuff, unfortunately. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean she's on Adam's list to talk to. That's all.
It's like the way I
Alright.
spelled stuff on this list is very interesting. Anyway. I didn't know how to spell anything at the beginning. I'm just like, as Rusty was reading off when people arrived, you know? And, anyway. The Kui, that was a fun one. But,
Like for all I know, it's supposed to be pronounced like guy. It's Cuy.
Yeah.
And
the
I
thing is, like across the audiobooks, it's not even consistent how that stuff gets pronounced.
is it? Yeah, I haven't heard any of them, but I'm not
Like there's
at all
two
surprised.
different there's like the books have had two different narrators and they both pronounce several names differently.
Well, like, and especially for nicknames, George R. R. Martin loves alliteration,
Yeah.
but I don't think this guy's name is Jodry Faring. Like, there's just something about Jodry that does not sound right in
Yeah.
like a soul level.
Well,
Like,
because they're based off of like medieval, like English and Welsh names mostly. So like, if you know what those tend to sound like, you've got a much easier time of it.
right.
but yeah,
And Kui, anyway.
because later Godry Faring is the Giant Slayer, but I'm like, I doubt it's Jodry the Giant Slayer. Like, just Jodry
Yeah,
just
yeah.
does not sound right to me. So yeah, with a lot of these names, we're totally just winging it. And if turns out we're wrong, we'll just say it's a regional dialect thing. And we're whatever.
So I've spoken to Karen, Oris, Greysteel.
You have not stopped by with Sir Donald Hay.
Okay, let's go to Sir Donald Hay.
Right, it's him and it's Godry Faring. Those are the two that you haven't visited yet.
And Godry is over there
They're-
with
Yeah,
drinking
they're
game.
doing the boisterous drinking contest type of stuff.
Okay. Well,
So-
we will go with
Hey?
Jesus, Faring.
Oh, okay, so you're going for Faring. Okay.
No. Wait,
Hay.
Godry is Faring.
Yeah, Godry Faring is doing the drinking. Donald Hay is not. That's the other champion that you have not.
Godry's Gaston. Hay is an okay dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. That's a good
Godry
mnemonic.
doesn't-
So we'll go to Hay. We'll go to Hay next.
Sir Donald Hay is taking the occasional, polite congratulation. Is sitting surrounded by both Blackwood brothers, Sir Lucas Blackwood and the Squire Edmund, and Lord Lymond of House Goodbrook. And they also seem to be looking for a fifth member of their team. Lord Lymond is early to mid 20s, still very, pretty young for a lord. Brown hair, brown eyes, just generic Riverlander looks. He is known to be a very good friend of Edmure Tully and a peer of the heir of River Runs. He runs with that crowd. So yeah, an assortment of, say, 15 to 25-year-old range of Riverlanders, with Sir Donald Hay as the odd man out, a little bit older.
All right, then.
But yeah, looks like they're looking for a final draft pick, as it were, as well.
Well, we will approach and call out Sir Donald. Sir Donald.
They all rise and give appropriately deep bows. And oh, my ladies, Bela, did you come with, or did you stay with the former group?
I think I'm going to stay with the former group at this point.
Okay, so it will be my lady and my lord, as they bow also to Adam, and Sir Donald uh, just nods graciously. Thank you. I think perhaps you saved me by declaring it sundown there at the end. I felt rather like a sheep surrounded by wolves, the way half the Stormlands and Reach were eyeing me.
Fair. I'm not in charge of when the sun sets. I felt it was the right time. Uh, but I'm glad that at the end you were. What champion was he?
1 second. See which seat. Nominally, he is House Sandstorm.
Ah, you're a representative of House Sandstorm. It
You
has.
honor me. You honor me, my lady. I do not doubt that to a great many of the circling wolves, they would have rather chewed a mouthful of hay than taken a bite at a high tower or tried to chew an aurochs. So I still think that you did me a favor by noticing the sun had gone down. It is appreciated.
I'll take that favor and I'll put it in my books.
So somewhere in Adam's Solar there is a book that literally that has like who versus who do we have grudges against? It's basically got a burn book.
Sir Lucas, if I might ask, how fares Sir Vannon?
He as well, my lady. I've spoken with your grandfather already, of course, who asked after him. Things have not been calm in the Riverlands of late, but Sir Vannon handles it well.
I'm glad that he has found a home and family to embrace him. Uh, Excellent. And how fares your melee team building?
Lord Lymond gestures like grandiosely to all of them. Uh, the pride of the Riverlands, searching for one more. Uh,
Uh, where is Alisane? Out of curiosity.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
we haven't seen her in a while. Fuck.
yeah, shit.
She
She
returned
is,
to the wild. She's in the woods now.
we'll say she has been drawn into the orbit of Godry Faring and that drinking contest.
Of course she has.
And,
That's like her kind of thing.
and it is it has gotten a bit louder over there. And the Brian Faring is getting some assistance in the pouring with they're breaking shit, babe. Everything all right? Okay.
Yes,
Is Bodhi okay?
she's fine.
You're not throwing stuff at her? Okay.
I'm not.
But so Brian Faring is getting some help in the pouring by Robert Frey, who Alison Mormont seems to have not quite caught on that it's a drinking game, or she might have just decided it would be unfair to her to join late. So she's just standing there and drinking, like while their contest is continuing. She's just drinking and having the squires pour into her flagon in between rounds, basically.
This is going to be a really hungover melee.
Right? Be early, will it? I don't remember when we decided to do it. Anyway. Well, I do wish you all the luck. Uh, May the gods smile, the seven smile on you.
Thank you, my lady. I'm sure we'll find ourselves the fifth eventually. I fear knights may be getting thin on the ground. This Drinkwater fellow,
Take
he's
him if you have the opportunity.
Sir Garrus is a very fine knight.
He is indeed. There
Lord
was no
Lyman,
hesitation.
Lord Lyman
Yeah.
looks thoughtful about things. I may see if we can find him then before the evening's out.
He is, yes. Well, uh, good luck with that, and I hope you continue to enjoy your evening.
Good chat. Good chat.
Bow out. Um, mostly because I want to get to the last group, the drinkers, I guess. It's like, 'cause that's where we're going now. How are
Um,
we gonna
as you make your way over, like this is as you're crossing the room, um, there's still the rhythm of the drink, the pour, the drink. They're keeping it up. You know that it's got to be watered down by now, and they're still only getting about a half a flagon at a time. But you're pretty sure they've been keeping it up like this whole time. And as you approach, the rhythm gets broken as in between gulps, they're all kind of leaning over the table a little unsteadily. And as you're walking over, Sir Justin Massey tumbles a bit to one side and is barely kept up by the mass of Obara sand standing next to him. And it would appear that out of sheer reflex, he paws at her breast while doing so.
Oh dear.
Justin Massey is generally regarded as an honorable knight, but the word is he picked up some bad habits while squiring for Robert Baratheon,
uh,
and he got the king's love of wine and women. Um, and you genuinely see that it looks like Justin Massey has no idea what he has done. He just reflexively is like, "Thank you, honk honk," and he straightens up and goes back in for more ale. Like he legitimately looks absolutely surprised and flabbergasted as Obara Sand backhands him with her flagon, and then falls atop him as he tumbles. She jumps on top of him to wrestle, and instead bends down over him and starts kissing him passionately on the mouth.
all right then. Congratulations. Have a good night.
So,
Nope.
so the drinking contest is now down to Godry Faring and the Strongboar, who both stop for a second in the middle of drinking. Faring sputters half of his drink back out into his mug, and they look down there, and they're both kind of bleary-eyed and leaning on the table, and then they look back up, and Strongboar goes, "Don't you get no ideas, Faring, and drink enough yet." And the two of them stand there for about a second, and then they just both go, "Bah!" Like they fall over so loud, or they laugh so loud and hard that the drinking contest falls to pieces.
Oh,
As
I mean,
Obara Sand drags her prey under the table, like a leopard taking a gazelle up a tree. Is it leopards that do that? I think it's leopards that do that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So Justin Massey and Obara Sand vanish under the table, at least for the moment. And Godry Faring kind of collapses, luckily, onto a bench and leaning against the table. And the Strongboar is the last one literally standing. So he staggers away, declaring himself the victor. You're pretty sure
Fair.
Godry Faring just didn't notice because he's not disputing it. So the Strongboar stumbles off towards the rest of the Westerlands contingent,
wow.
roaring about being the winner.
Well, I feel
that
like
was-
I feel like a weak follow up to that,
Quite.
right?
It's hard to top something that escalated that quickly.
What? I want to check under the table, but then I don't.
I think it's probably best that it remains unseen.
Let's leave him there. I'm sure he's fine. Sure, he did okay. And he'll be all right. He's a strong young man.
I mean, if it goes too quiet for too long, we can have someone check on him.
Right. Uh, Sir,
Well,
Sir Godfrey.
I mean, she'll be totally fine.
Uh, and it takes Godry a moment to clear his head enough, but then he does. And to his credit, he makes a valiant attempt at standing and bowing. As it is, he stands, he almost falls over, and then he just lets himself fall back down, like, did that, nailed it. Uh, bow accomplished. Um,
Don't bend over, you're gonna black out.
so then he kind of falls back onto his seat and he goes, "My lady, and young Lord Adam the archer."
Sir Godry. Well done, sir.
Ah! And he lifts his flagon. Exciting to see both of you, right? Like he's clearly like, "Yay! Look who came by!" Like he looks very
Happy
happy
to see anybody right now.
You're in quite high spirits. Are you sure you're going to be all right for the melee tomorrow?
It'll be fine. I'll drink any man here halfway to death, and then finish him off in the melee tomorrow.
You know what? I don't doubt it, and that's not a terrible strategy either.
He says he's gonna half kill someone.
I mean, I'm assuming he's joking.
Me too. Yeah, we'll just assume that.
Yes, let's try and keep it.
Offer our
let's try-
congratulations for your taking the seat of the final champion for House Drinkwater.
Damn it.
Damn it!
Oh, well, there would be a neatness to that if you were
Aye.
selected.
I've got the girl's ribbon, and soon, I don't doubt, the rest of her to go with it. I'll tie it prettily about her neck with a little bow, and then I'll unwrap my present.
Well,
Right,
that's fun.
then.
Yeah, like mentally going, no.
Yikes!
Don't like that. But we'll just politely wish him luck.
Best of luck then. Oh, Sir Godfrey. Oh. I hope he's okay.
And then, as he's taking in a big chest full of air to say something else stupid and loud, you're pretty sure, like odds, the mood quiets. Like somebody cast silence 10-foot radius type of thing, it feels like. Alysanne Mormont stops drinking. The squire, Godry's cousin, stops pouring. And after a heartbeat of this sudden quiet and stillness, Justin Massey comes darting out from under the table and is hurriedly fixing his belt and straightening up. And Stannis Baratheon is now standing at the end of the table without clear displeasure on his face. He just looks normal. And he just quietly fills the silence with clearing his throat. Knights, let us not forget there is a melee tomorrow, and there are ladies present tonight. Yes? And Godry puts his drink down and just nods with that drunken seriousness, right? Like everything is 110%. And Sir Justin manages a bow and straightens back up again without puking or like he learned a lot of shit from Robert, and apparently holding his drink is one of them. And he manages a bow, and Brian says, "Yes, my lord. I'll pour no further." And then Stannis just gives them a curt nod, like he has said it. It will happen. These guys will clear out. Will straighten up. And then he turns and looks to you. Lady Rhaena, I am sorry for their behavior. Perhaps the Nymerian wine is stronger than we are accustomed to.
It's also pretty hot down here as well, so that's going to affect you.
Yes. I appreciate your kindness in caring about that. I, I do appreciate that. Our wine and our heat strike the north people from the north a little differently. Uh, However, it's all in good fun, and I appreciate that tensions have eased enough that such revelry can take place.
For her part, Alysain Mormont has responded by leaving. And she sent Robert to pick up Brian Faring's tankard that he was pouring with, or his pitcher. So Robert's now got both pitchers and is like almost comically tiptoeing away from Stannis. Stannis just seems to not care about what some North woman and one of Frey's dozen, or two dozen grandkids does. Like he is clearly ignoring them. But Alisane's just like, you can't stop my party, and like she's sneaking off with all that booze. Um, Obara is still under the table somewhere. She's
He
lurking
got
in the
her. She
darkness.
passed out.
Um, but yeah, so Stannis just gives you another nod. He goes, my men will be able on the morrow. We will not shame your tourney field in the melee. Though we do need one more. And his unflinching, unyielding gaze flickers out across the amassed knights and lords and whatnot. He goes, who would you suggest if you needed one more on your team?
Have.
He nods towards his men. He goes, Sir Godry, Sir Justin, uh, Godry's cousin Brian. He is fine, though only a squire, solid man in a fight, and myself.
You take the field, my lord.
I will.
You remind me. Where's Parman?
Sir Parman Crane is seated next to Loris. He looks at
He's
Count.
part of that little group over there.
Yes. At a glance, just looking around the room for fighting men that don't seem to be sucked into anybody's area just yet. You see Garrus Drinkwater, Sir Roland Storm. Might not
Looking at
be a
him.
great idea. Might not want to suggest a bastard to
Right.
him. Lord Ralph Buckler and his brother Bruce Buckler, both steam to yet be unaffiliated, and Guyard Morrigan, and Alysain Mormont.
Well, I mean, I'm good.
Wilson was in a team.
Nope.
I would think probably don't suggest Guyard Morrigan because I think Stannis disapproves of him.
He disapproves of everybody.
He does, but I think he disapproves of Guyard Morrigan a bit more because he was possibly shifty in the joust.
I've already encouraged the team to take Sir Garrus Drinkwater, but if you don't mind a little healthy competition, he is a steady man with the blade.
He narrows his eyes a bit. Drinkwater turned on his lord when his lord turned treasonous, yes?
He is an honorable man.
And Stannis' eyes are clearly narrowed in thought. Sounds it. It's that one there with the fair hair.
Yes, that's him.
I'm a lord.
So yeah, he just gives a little thoughtful nod. Doesn't agree or anything, but sounds like a pretty favorable thing coming from Stannis.
Frankly,
Oh.
shocked that he asked my opinion. So the fact that he's considering it is like, wow.
Yeah. I mean, you could mention the Bucklers as a backup, I guess, if you wanted.
I know. So it was Guyard, who he doesn't approve of.
Of the lot of them, you certainly know Sir Garrus the best. The reputation that Roland Storm has is of being a very good fighter. Um, uh, and he is the brother or the half brother, as a bastard, of Lord Bryce Caron, one of the champions who is currently on Renly's team.
Right.
And Roland Storm is known as kind of the burlier, brawnier, more fiercely fighting of those two brothers. Bryce Caron is much more the kind of courtly tourney knight. Roland Storm is a more dangerous knight,
Right.
right?
Right.
Um,
Right. Like Lord Bryce's brother is also present, and he is said to be quite able on the battlefield. Sir Roland.
he nods thoughtfully again. I'm concerned about the repute of bringing a bastard into the fold, but
You are in Dorne.
but then he goes, and
There are already several bastards in the melee, so
because I had not considered that. Uh, Brothers are at times known to bear grudges. Perhaps that would be to our advantage. He says with his eyes flicking over to Bryce Carey, who is on his brother Renly's team.
Right.
So
there would be
tell
a
that-
certain kind of
so
I confess there would be a neatness of sorts.
right. Brothers on each team.
Renly with the Trueborn, though. So
I
looks a little concerned about the appearances of that, but who knows?
I've generally found that fighting capability does not seem directly tied to one's birth.
Fighting capability is not the only reason to invite a man to your melee team.
you invite someone on your team who you can trust to have at your back and at your side.
And who you would not mind being associated with in the future, however casually.
This is true. But I have heard nothing nothing terrible about Sir,
Yeah,
Sir
and
Roland.
out of character, you haven't. Like, just kind of
Yeah.
all that's known about him is he's a pretty seasoned fighter, and yeah, like he hasn't got any sort of bad reputation that you're missing, for the record.
If neither Sir Garrus nor Sir Roland leap out at you, so to speak, there are also the two sons of House Buckler, who, as I understand, are fine knights of good repute.
Recruiting a lord would not be bad, but also a Stormlander. So yeah, it looks like he's definitely got a couple thoughts in mind now.
You pardon me, my lord. I must make my pleasantries with the rest of the party. And what's left of it.
He gives you that same sort of nod. He goes, "My thanks. I do not often attend tourneys. I will take your advice under consideration."
I give him a curtsy.
Whomever you choose, best of luck on the morrow.
All right, you get a bit of a curt nod in return, which is about as good as people get from Stannis.
I think we've made excellent progress with him this week.
Yeah, big old softy.
Ah,
So a glance around the room.
we haven't spoken to Sir Loris.
There is Sir Loris that is certainly looking for a +1. And you notice, after the strong boar has staggered back over to them, triumphant, the Crakehall brothers and the Brax brothers make up 4, not 5. So it looks like they might also be the Westerland contingent appears to
Rena,
be looking for a fifth.
Rena, are you intending to join the melee? I was rather surprised you didn't leap at the chance to join Stannis' team. Yeah, he's meaning that in a kind of joking way. Playfully.
Considering it. However, I believe it might be politic to see if maybe Sir Loras wishes to add me to their team.
I think that could be a good idea. It might make,
Help.
it might go some way to mending that bridge.
That is what I was thinking. So that's where we're going to go now.
Yay!
All right. You make your way over to the Isle of Loras, where he sits with Sir John Fossaway, Sir Emin Quee, and Sir Parman Crane. Sir John is the first to notice you arriving, and he immediately moves to stand up. The rest of them pick up on it quickly, and soon you have 4 dashing Reach Knights bowing politely to the both of you. They are drinking, but clearly in moderation, and they are, and all 4 of them, it's an even, graceful, chivalrous, courtly, yada yada yada, and they straighten up, and Sir Loras speaks pretty clearly for the group. He goes, "My lady, my lord."
Sir Loras.
Good evening, sirs.
Sirs, yes, sorry. I made that sound a bit too singled out, so yes, sirs.
And how goes your team building?
Well enough, my lady, my lord. I have gathered for myself, as you can see, a core of solid knights, the pride of the Reach, some might say. And Loras stands there looking like he just tense, like he's got to rip off a band-aid and doesn't want to, so he just kind of lets it trail off. And then Sir John goes, "But alas, we are still yet only 4." And looks kind of pointedly over at Loras. Sir Parman and Sir Emin are like, "Oh, what's that over there?" Right? And they're suddenly a little like distracted. And
To let him not ask. I don't have to fight, so I will look at him, but not expectantly, and then I can glance away, and I can look at Parman because I do want to say something to him.
Sir John is looking at Loras expectantly. And you definitely have the impression that he was in on some decision being made. And Loras takes a half step forward, and then just, "I was wondering, my lady, if you have yet found a melee team."
I have not.
"I was wondering, my lady, if you would do us the honor of joining us on the field of battle tomorrow." And he says it like staring right here, right?
Yeah.
Like it looks like he's looking at you, but you know he's not. Like he's just looking a little off to one side. He does not look happy about asking you for help.
I'm just gonna want to briefly like chime in supportively. Well, that's a wonderful idea. You know, Reyna was one of the last people standing at the King's Landing melee against King Robert.
I was indeed, and I would be honored to take the field at your side, sirs.
Sir Parman is suddenly paying attention again, and he gives John Fossaway a good-natured elbow in the wrist. Goes, "See, I told you, it was a hell of a thing to see, John. She took a hit from Robert herself and didn't die. She'll be fine. She'll be fine." And those two kind of drift a little off to one side a bit to let Loras give you another very stiff and perfect, but like not quite heartfelt bow. He goes, "Excellent, my lady. Yes, tales of your prowess reached us even in Highgarden. We are honored that you will join us, and no doubt you will lead us to victory." and he's saying everything right, or rather, he's saying all the right things, right? But you can tell that he's just like
Yeah.
fuck, can't believe that, right? Like he's clearly not thrilled, but he's trying, which you know.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
willing
now
to give
I
him the benefit and allow this to be pleasant, and I'm not going to rub his nose in it.
now I have quite the dilemma that all of my siblings are on different teams. I don't know who I'm going to. I'm going to have to cheer for everyone, I suppose.
I just, I just would rather not come face to face with the Aurochs on the field.
Uh,
Give him a
Loris
compliment, he'll run away.
Loris starts to open his mouth and gets quickly cut off by Sir Parman Crane. Goes, "Oh, young Adam, have you found a team yet?"
Oh, I'm not good enough to compete in the melee. I'll be spectating.
I'm sure it's your name day,
Well,
tourney. If King Robert can take the field, surely you can.
I already have one bad leg. I would not like to tempt fate. I'm passable for a squire of my age, but I'm I can't in any way compete with all the fine knights that are going to be fighting tomorrow. I appreciate the thought though.
And Parman does seem to be like genuine about this. Like he's like oh, like the young man turning 16 isn't gonna fight in the melee. Like it clearly is not him trying to be insulting or even insincere. And then he just goes, "Well, I suppose if you change your mind, Barrack's putting together a team that could likely keep you safe, one leg or two. But it's your name day. It's certainly up to you."
I confess I do miss my days of squiring and training, and that sort of thing is tempting. Certainly, I will consider it.
And sure enough, a glance across the room, you do see, Beric Dondarrion, Edric Dane, Red Ronnet Connington, and Richard Horp looking for a fifth. And there's
How
also
did this come
two
to
other
be?
teams, but
How did it come to be that Loris and Renly and Barrack each have their own teams instead of all being together?
Very
is that
charismatic people.
is
Yeah,
that
do
in
ask.
character or out of character?
I ask. The three of you are not inseparable.
Loris's eyes go kind of half-lidded again as he stares dead-eyed into the middle distance, and he just goes, though Lord Renly was, of course, though Lord Renly was the knight who squired me, we do not do all things together. It is appropriate that the Reach be well represented on the field come tomorrow in a team, at least, well, entirely now comprised of the pride of the Reach. And he gives you a very courtly bow.
Well done.
Yeah, like very well played. That like even Adam's like, oh, you're good.
Like you're not as good as some we've met because we know you don't mean it, but that was
Yeah.
a good recovery. So
Yeah, it's like all like if he could just sound more sincere, that would have been perfect. Like, Adam's like, I'm storing that. That's going in the bank for later.
So tell you what,
It's possible. I reach out and like pat him on the arm, like I very much
yeah,
appreciate.
he takes it. He doesn't snap at you either.
And with that, we see how all the maidens of the Reach just wilt in his presence.
So let's go ahead and wrap up there, and we'll just let Ash have a couple weeks to decide if he wants to take to the field in a few Sundays or not. But we are like a good half hour over, so we're gonna call it. We will pick up in 2 Sundays, and we hope that we'll see everybody back here for it. So don't forget, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm here on channel playing some PC games We're doing some BattleTech right now. And keep an eye out for any go live notifications. I may occasionally start dropping in and playing some Overwatch or something too. So, thank you for joining us for another episode, everybody. I hope you had a good time. I know we did. And we'll hopefully see you back here next
Look,
time. So,
I can literally see Bodhi staring at you from the hallway. Sorry, bye.
Bless me.
she is
Good
going
night, guys.
demandingly from one of us to the other, going, "Where's my dinner?" So, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks. Bye bye.